Hello my friends and welcome. My name is Dennis and this is the latest update from Ukraine. It's awesome to see you here guys, and yeah, I'm gonna monitor your comments on my phone. I've opened it separately. Just checking everything to start. Yeah, we have problems with my previous loaded video. It seems like it was restricted, but anyways, we're going to start. First we're gonna wait a little for your activity online, and later on gonna review some part of the Putin's interview, probably or conference, how it's better to call that stuff, that bullshit. Just will be interesting for the picture of our patient. Hey, hello everyone, hi guys. Wisconsin Oblast, greetings. Greetings to Denmark, and the question is, what about the sound, guys? Do you read me or not? Damn, I cannot find my channel here. Oh, finally. Oh no, it's not me. Surely. Your videos live. Nice. Okay, I have the chat here, so I'll be able to check it out. I'll put my phone here. Now maybe I'm gonna comment some of your questions here, and later on we're gonna start. Sorry guys, I cannot respond on Twitch today. Question for Dennis. How have you been doing overall this year and recently in terms of your mental and emotional well-being? I don't want to complain. Like, it's fine. Like, many people suffer much more than me, so I cannot complain. I'm not suffering actually, in general, compared to many. But you know, everyone has his or her own problems, issues, so just forget about it. Hi Betsy, greetings from FT Cavazor, Texas. Okay, Texas. Puerto Rico here. Yeah, I heard about the attack in Germany. So the video, it's terrible. Yeah, I actually heard the warnings that it could happen like on Christmas markets, and it happened. So I wouldn't like to visit those places. Unfortunately, no, Europe is not safe, as we see. Looks like you're wearing Winnipeg. Yeah, as usual. Los Angeles here. The even sleep. Yeah, I slept like I woke up 10 minutes ago. Greetings to Serbia. What or War Thunder? I don't play those games. I played like World of Tanks a long time ago, but no. Those are not interesting for me. Greetings to Netherlands. I watch your videos every day still, Dennis. Polish Weekster, thank you so much. Come to visit Singapore. I would honor to show you around. Edward, thank you so much. I was in Singapore once. Went there for 1 week of the type rating for ATR 72-600. Like the place, yeah. It's nice. It is nice. AG. And in Islamic videos, have you considered going to the United States and making the FAE practical tests? It should be all you need to do. Yeah, I considered that. But it's impossible for me now. Like, I don't know what to comment on that. My last video was restricted by YouTube. I didn't film yesterday, I filmed today, and the video was restricted. It gets less views as usual than usual, so more concerned about the views. And you know, my channel is getting lower compared to last year. It's nothing. Like, it's not nothing, and like, I still appreciate your every view, but it dropped by more than 2 times. Like, maybe I'm not so interesting as before, maybe I'm a silly guy. Like, it's some other YouTubers, they get views, more views than me, reviewing the same topic. So yeah, you cannot be there, you cannot always win. Like, you can't always get what you want. They play Cyberpunk, yeah, I used to play it. Then it's possible for normal America to travel to Ukraine, not just to, yes, it's possible. You can visit. Sorry, just woke up. You can visit Ukraine, it's not a problem. Cool studio. Yeah, I still have a cupboard, or you can call it vitrine or cabinet. I need to assemble everything and put it here. It's like IKEA style furniture. It's not IKEA, but seems like it. Dennis. Yeah, thank you. In the game, word Sander run from a pro-Russian country. Maybe. Okay, guys. It's time to review our magical hero of the stream. Probably you already know what it might be and who it might be. Yes, we're gonna see some part of the press conference of Putin. I honestly didn't watch it myself, but I would like to. But I'm not sure if I will be able, because this conference lasted for 4 hours. Oh, anyways, let's start and see if I can handle at least the part. The idea is to understand the diagnosis of Putin. We have the cars outside, but let's start. And tell me if the sound is good.
Well, this year, right at the very stage of gathering all the questions, we engage the National People's Front, so there is no doubt that all of the calls and appeals will be processed and will not remain unanswered. The activists of NPF are prepared to do that. However, the most relevant and interesting questions will be voiced today. Yesterday, a question came in about the salary not being paid, and salary was paid actually that very day in the evening.
So if you want your salary to be paid, you need to call to Putin. Like, this is so silly propaganda show, like, oh my god. But it will be funny to comment everything of that.
There are plenty of questions that are yet unsolved, and the thing is that we're living in a world that's completely different, and people are worried not only about social matters. It is now, before the new year, it's time to take stock of the year. December is traditionally filled with many events. Last week, Mr. President, you've announced your decision to run for president. In this, against this background, what kind of attacks do you have abroad and domestically? What are the main questions for you? Well, I spoke about that many times, but it bears repeating now. For such a country as Russia, the very existence of our country without sovereignty is impossible.
Like, it's logical for every country, like, but you cannot be like fully independent, I guess.
It will simply not exist, at least in the state that it exists now and existed for thousands of years. So the main thing is to strengthen the sovereignty. However, it's a very broad term. External sovereignty, that means strengthening our military power and security and safety on our borders. Strengthening our social sovereignty, public sovereignty, that means
Strengthening the borders, especially in the Kursk region.
absolute observation of the rights and freedoms of our citizens, of strengthening our political system, parliamentarism, and finally, that is providing security and sovereignty in economic and technological sphere. Well, I don't think that in responding to this question, I don't need to cover all of these matters, but I'm quite positive that the audience that we have here and the rest of the country is fully aware that Russia cannot exist without it. Financial, economic, and technological sovereignty.
Bullshit, as usual, coming from Putin. Like, you cannot have like entire economical sovereignty. It was like that, I think, in the Soviet Union, but it was a really powerful empire. Like, they have the common total production. So here Putin speaks about technological sovereignty of Russia, but in fact Russia cannot produce any technological product except for its military, and even there Russia is pretty much restricted for the spare parts which are coming from even Western countries for their fighter jets and so on. Russia was forced to close the development of Sukhoi 57 program. Yes, they produced several types of those, several units of those airplane types, but now they cannot do it, and they use dark schemes, how to call it properly, to get the spare parts from, for example, Thales company, which is based in France, while the third countries for buying or repairing the monitors, like the screens on their Sukhoi Su-30 jets, because Russia cannot produce those. Russia cannot produce any sort of the cars, even iPhones, nothing. Technologically, it's outdated country, ancient country. What it has is just, the legacy of the Soviet Union, some of the military which is still there, and basically nuclear weaponry. That's all they have. And they are like the fuel station that pumps the fuel, sells it. That's how they live. It's not the economically sovereign country. No, it's very, very, very dependent on the customers around. No.
Is the future of any country, including Russia. So if we talk in concepts, these are the main dimensions. Let's turn to economy. Many in the world have been surprised that the Russian economy did not collapse under the burden of the so-called pressure, sanctions, pressure from our former so-called partners. But it's apparent that they have the goal to push Russia to the limit and to make it buckle. So what kind of resilience does the Russian economy have? It's resilient enough not to only feel quite confident, but to move forward. And this resilience, well, we've discussed it many times as well, but I'll repeat myself. That is ensured by several components. The first one, and the most important one, is the tremendous consolidation of the Russian society.
The Russian economy is not resilient at all. It will collapse in a matter of days if there will be really hard sanctions applied on Russia. Russia still has the customers. I mean, Asian countries. They may sell their oil through their ghost tanker fleet, which is allowed to basically to be there by our partners. That's it. That's what makes basically Russia to float. Their economy is not resilient, and little by little it goes into crisis, even with that feature. So Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Then the Russian economy collapses together with Russia. As in this interview, Putin said, economy is everything. It's military, it's sovereignty, it's everything for Russia. And yes, they are floating there because they are allowed to be there. Probably because they just have nukes, they have that power, and they blackmail the world with it. That's the only thing they have.
The second thing is sustainability of financial and economic system of the country. It came as a surprise to our so-called partners, and honestly to many of us as well, that over the past decades, Russia has gained this resilience and sustainability in finance and economy. And the third component, naturally, is greater capacity of our forces, security forces and the army.
The great capacity of the underground forces, then Russia lost 700 troops already. The army, which they used to attack Ukraine, was nearly 200,000 soldiers. So Russia lost at least 3 of those armies since the start of the so-called special military operation. And they're really now in lack of the manpower. But Putin said about the strong Russian army. If there is the war now started against Russia, Russia cannot handle it, will not be able. Only thing, as I told you, it's nuclear weaponry. They cannot handle even Kursk Oblast, the tiny part. It takes them months and months to liberate, let's say, the territory. So Russia is really struggling, actually, with the army. Without the nukes, Russia would be conquered, very easily.
And if we talk about the economic indicators, specific indicators, what can we be proud of? Well, as per usual, I brought a table over. There is nothing special that we don't know, but I think that yesterday, Finance Minister voiced several indicators yesterday. The main indicator is growth of GDP of our economy at the end of the year is expected at 3.5%. That is a good indicator.
Some sort of the fake numbers have nothing to do with reality. Like the central bank today, or maybe yesterday, they plan to raise the key rate by 3% more. But because the central bank in Russia is not independent organization, they were just told by Putin not to raise this key rate. Otherwise, how would Putin look like if he says that Russian economy is good, but the next day they raise the key rate by 3% to 24? It's a record number, actually. Why the key rate is important? Well, because people take loans, banks take loans from the government. Also, not just the banks, but the military producers of the Russian weaponry. They complain for 21% of the key rate. They say that it's not possible, that after all they'll go bankrupt because the money are too expensive. Credits are expensive to produce weaponry even. But with 24, it's no go. Sorry. So that's why Putin just called not to rise the key rate, and he says about a projected growth of the Russian GDP. Russian economy just survives because they put lots of the rubles in the Russian economy. They print rubles, and they, as I told you, still able to sell their resources outside.
That means that we bounced back from the dip last year. I think we stood at 2.1%. If this year we gained 3.5%, that means we bounced back and made quite a significant step forward. Unfortunately, we have inflation growth. That is so, and we expect 7.5% at the end of the year, maybe.
It will be more than 25. They expect 7.5. It will be more than 25 already forecasted by all of the experts, and That's one of the biggest inflations out there in the world. So Russian economy is in stagflation. Inflation, devaluation of the national currency, inability to purchase something new for people even, because with the key rate of 21%, usually if you want to have the loan even for apartment, for any sort of the property, it's gonna be like 27% per year of the cost of the apartment. It's crazy, and no one would buy any sort of the houses there. Like maybe you're just rich, very rich people.
Be even higher, reaching almost 8%. The central bank and the government are taking all the necessary measures. And we can discuss that later. We can talk about the increase in interest rates and so on, other measures that the central bank and the government are undertaking, and we hope that we can go back to the targeted level of inflation. Industrial production is growing confidently, 3.6%, but what's especially makes us happy, manufacturing 7.5%. That is year-on-year growth. This is
manufacture weaponry. If you manufacture something that stays in a country, like it works for our economy, it is good. But if you pound your rubles, whatever, in producing weaponry that just go and do nothing but kaboom on the front lines, it doesn't bring anything to your economy, to your country. It takes out resources. It takes out people's lives as well. So you're shrinking your resources with the war.
Unexpectedly high rate. And what makes us especially positive is 10% growth investment into main capital, fixed capital. That means that today we have apparent growth in GDP and industry, plus 10% in fixed capital investments. That means that midterm we have ensured our sustainable growth. There will be new jobs created, expansion of industry, and so on.
Sorry guys, I have to change my setting. Somehow I cannot stream in headphones through this audio card I have. Like I have some distortion here, so I use the different headset. I'll put it to the laptop. Oh, sorry. Need to go for the setting. Headphones. Yep. Should be better.
As for unemployment, I'll speak about it later. The profit stands at 24% of the industry, let alone banks. They are going to earn almost 3 trillion rubles, even more. Of course, I know that in this audience and from around the country that, yes, the banks are doing fine. They're going through fat years. But those people who are storing their money in Russian banks, that's good news for them. The sustainability of the Russian banking and financial system.
Yeah.
Now on to real wages. It's going to increase by about 8% year on year without inflation.
Well, this will not be a universal picture across the country, but more or less these are...
No, the voice changed to the male one. Sorry, it happened just in the middle of the sentence.
Specific, precise statistics, and the real disposable incomes of our people will also be growing. There are more components therein, but it's going to be about 5% growth. The unemployment rates. Recently, we were proud of record low.
Those figures, he said, it has nothing to do with reality. Like, we can listen, but I think we're gonna move ahead because this is kind of boring. He said the numbers from the sky. Inflation will kill their deposits. Yeah, inflation indeed, killing everything. And 23% interest rate. Yeah, but for now it's 21. They wanted to rise up to 24 from what I heard. but they postponed the decision. The more they postpone, the more rise of the key rate is needed. Woman had enough translating bias. I don't know. I was actually looking for the interview in Russian just to have the subtitles, but couldn't find the one. Rudolph, thank you for your kind support. Keep up the good work. Thank you for all you're doing. UA. Cheers from Czech Republic. Greetings to Czech Republic, Rudolph. Yes, can you please park the mini scooter in front of Putin Palace? They have the how to name it? A special force? No, intelligence forces? No, secret forces. So they know everything. The intelligence in Russia works well, unfortunately. One of those things that work well in Russia. Anybody thought of buying Putin an electric scooter? It became probably a new meme.
He is on time, sometimes even before, ahead of schedule. That was mentioned by the Kiev authorities the other day. Well, on the whole, they did not agree. They needed some denazification, saying that there was no Nazism growth in that country. Well, how come? Their national hero is a well-known Nazi figure, Bandera, who has been proclaimed a national hero. How come that? Yes, they do have it.
Well, first of all, Bandera is not like everywhere there in Ukraine. Like, people do not say Bandera, Bandera, Bandera. No, it's like one of those persons who really was pro-Ukrainian at some time, but many people still do not support Bandera or something. It's not like the national hero. For some, yes, but for majority, I wouldn't say so. And secondary, Bandera, yeah, there was the time he negotiated with Adolf, but so Russia did. You cannot call any sort of the guy or leader who spoke with Adolf or negotiated on something, you cannot call them all Nazis. And I can tell you many of the stories which happened in Soviet Russia or in Soviet Union, how they actually attacked Poland and started the Second World War on the side of Nazi Germany. So who did the more harm, actually? I think Soviets in general. The Russian Nazi army, the Army of Liberation of Russia, was fighting on the side of Adolf Hitler, and there were many more warriors, much more than in Ukrainian UNR or something like UPA army, which by the time was fighting also against Germans and against Soviet army. Yeah, before they thought that, like, okay, Germany comes, we're gonna support Germany because it will liberate us from the Soviets. But later on they understood that Germany is going to do the same stuff. So they started to fight against Soviets and Germans. But Putin, he's blind about that part of the history. He said, oh, Bandera, Bandera. And as I told you, Bandera is not like the national hero. Like, he might be placed even as a hero. I think he was honored as the official hero of Ukraine. But in general, for people, like average people, they don't associate themselves with Bandera at all. Like, there's some part of society that did or does associate, but in general people don't care really. It was a long time ago. People leave the things which are happening right now, and now there is the war with Russia. How many times do people think about Bandera nowadays? I don't think they don't think about it at all. we all think about Russia.
And when today's head of presidential office in Kiev, before the whole world gives a round of applause to a former SS soldier that participated in Holocaust.
So there was a flaw, then it was a big mishap, and Putin tells about this stuff at any of his press conferences like it was done there for purpose.
Which was the extermination of 1.5 million of Jews, Poles and Russians, and gave him a standing ovation. Is it not a manifestation of Nazism? So denazification is a relevant thing.
But it was not in Ukraine, it was actually in Canada. So Putin calls all of the civilized world here as Nazis.
During those talks, we were told that, well, actually they would not rule out enacting some legal acts. That was during that series of talks in Istanbul. Now, with respect to demilitarizing Ukraine, unless they want to come to terms peacefully, we have to take some action, including military action. But
J, nice nickname. Scooters, skateboards and e-bikes should flood the Russian market. It was a good advertisement, yes, with the Russian general.
Today, Ukraine virtually produces or manufactures nothing. They have been trying to maintain their manufacturing capability, but, actually they have been importing things for free. Freeloading, but it will come to an end sooner or later. Well, they will keep.
So he's dreaming that for Ukraine the resources would shrink, and he thinks that under the new White House administration it could be possible. Well, today I read the news that Trump, according to the Trump circle, Trump is going to continue to support Ukraine. Moreover, he would call European countries of NATO to raise the investments into their military, their own armies, by 5% of the GDP. But I think it's the bargain. They will negotiate like for around maybe 3.5%. I think so, because Russia uses the vast percent. I don't know how many percent of the GDP Russia uses for their army, but for sure more than 5. Ukraine uses, I think, it's 26% for now from all of the economy, GDP. So investments are crazy, but for Europe, yeah, I think Europe should put more into its army now, at least. Then there is the Russia.
Savings are made, but the annihilation continues. With respect to aircraft and air defense systems, they received like 420 or 30 tanks as had been promised. Everything had been delivered. I mean, all the things that the Westerners had promised were supplied, but all of that was annihilated.
But not everything was supplied, like as Ukrainian officials complain. Usually everything comes with delay, and not everything that promised was supplied, as Putin says here.
747 tanks were destroyed as of last night. Since the start of the counter-offensive, around 2,300 armored personnel vehicles of different types. So this is demilitarizing. Either we come to terms on the specific military parameters, and we did agree upon these parameters that were put into the litter bin later. And
so Russia thinks that they can demilitarize the Ukrainian army on the paper, like signing some sort of the agreements, like they wanted to sign in Istanbul. It won't work. Like if Ukraine signs that, if really Ukraine sends its military forces out, like all the equipment that was presented, and cut its own army by vast part, allowing just 80,000 troops to stay there, Russia would conquer Ukraine in that case, because now probably Russians, in Pokrovsk, Russians had those losses, like 80,000 just in one part of the front line. So it's really nothing to defend the country. Maximus, thank you so much for your support.
We have other opportunities either to come to terms or to have our way compellingly. Well, a brief question, where there will be a second wave of mobilization. I know it is a sensitive matter. So look, we had some partial mobilization. We recruited 300,000 people. And at the outset, there was a great deal of irony and derision. They were called recruits, but they have been doing an excellent job. Now we have 14 heroes of Russia out of those people recruited back then. And a lot of other decorations also were awarded to them.
He didn't say yes or no on the next wave of mobilization. Let's hear what he adds here.
So now around 244,000 people, servicemen, are in the operation area. Regiments have been formed to service the military equipment, because there are a lot of very good professionals. Around 41,000 people have been dismissed because of reached the age limit or have some health problems, and after that we started a broad campaign to attract volunteers to sign contracts with the armed forces, and we planned to recruit 400 something thousand people. As of last night, I was informed that 406,000 people have been recruited, and the inflow of men that are ready to defend their motherland with arms.
Ready to defend the motherland. If you ask the motivation of the Russian soldiers out there, no one is really willing to go to the Russian army without the money. What they did, they just raised the stakes. They raised the initial price for the Russian soldiers upon signing the contract with the Russian army. Sometimes it might go up to 3 million rubles. The figures are craziest for the average Russian man, but yeah, that's what we see in Russia. People are fighting not because they want to fight for Russia, but because they're in a very terrible economical state. So Russia uses poverty in its regions remote from Moscow, for example, to attract people just to die for their leader. And their leader just says, hooray, you're fighting for Russia, which is actually nonsense.
Is not dwindling. 1.5 thousand every day, up and down the country. So, together with the volunteers, well, a contract is signed for 2 or 3 years term by the so-called volunteers, although...
No. They say that you'll sign the contract for 1 year, but then you come to the conscription center. According to the contract, you serve for the unlimited period of time, like till the end of the special military operation. Here for purpose, he said mistake or misinformation to Russian society that it's 2-3 years. No, you sign for forever, till the end of SVO, special military operation. Siberia belongs to China anyways. Siberia is Siberia, it belongs to itself. Russia is not about global warming, but their structure won't handle the following floodings and storms. And this stuff happens regularly in Russia. Dude on left. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Like, this circus is funny. Like, let's continue.
All these are the warriors of their fatherland.
Warriors of the fatherland.
Well, there are yearly terms, but it's going to be around 500,000 of people till the end of the year.
Okay.
Why do we need another wave of mobilization? No need of that currently. If you allow me, I remind you that we have a blended format of a hotline and a press conference. So probably, if I may, just a second, I apologize.
Putin didn't. So Putin answered, "Why should we need like one more wave if we have enough people?" But the more Russian economy struggles, the less opportunities there will be to attract more people by paying lots of the funds for them. You cannot print rubles forever. No. So I believe that with the current rate of the losses, even with millions of rubles, Russia cannot handle that, and they'll announce a new wave of mobilization next year, probably.
Well, actually, we have a democracy here. Now, just Mr. Peskov, please proceed. We'll give her a mic. The mass media are hectic people. My name is Lyudmila Kuleva. I represent North Ossetia Republic, region number 15. Mr. President, North Ossetia has always stood guard of the interests of our country. Ipsatlev, Hadjirat Mansurov are the warlords and the heroes of the Soviet Union that obtained glory during the Second World War, the Great Patriotic War now. Many residents of North and South Ossetia and all the North Caucasus uphold the interests of our motherland. We have a lot of volunteers. We have 2 volunteer squads, Storm Ossetia and Alania. And today, the contracted servicemen receive a lot of benefits and support measures, whether the volunteers can also expect to receive those allowances. You know, I have looked through the questions. Well, definitely there is a huge spate of them. It is impossible. 2.1 million of questions. Well, Mr. Peskov brought in a thick pile of questions, and I looked them.
They say nonsense for now, guys. I'm gonna concentrate in the chat for a while. Jay, then will Russian clown show finally the end 2026? Who knows? You know, he's in a great house today, as you can see. All of those rumors about him feeling bad, those were just the rumors. So yeah, and then he's out. But he's like not getting younger. That's what we know. Trolls are out. Okay. But I don't care about the trolls. And just 1 minute we're gonna spend on your comments, and then we'll continue. Like, they were speaking about some different stuff in the question. Equitable conditions. They put the stamps just in the timestamps just in the first part. I'm gonna move ahead a little because it's hard to understand about this translation. They're smiling like a bowl when you have a great time. There certainly are. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. There's gonna be a troll. Everybody can. Tactical push bikes to be used by Russia. The video is press conference from 2023. Really? No, I don't think so. Like, I can check. Shit. Yeah, indeed, it's a press conference of 2023. How to find it? Shit. I was making fun of the last year's press conference. Yeah, silly me. I want to try to find out the real conference because this is not very. I'm very sorry, guys. Mishap from my side. Fuck. But where I can find a good translation? I wonder if I can find a press conference with just subtitles. Maybe I'm gonna search on Twitter Putin conference with subtitles. No, there's just the old variants. Share. Maybe on RT they have it fully. RT News. Maybe. RT Putin. They should have. I think so. You stream very tired and drained. Are you doing okay? Yeah. I'm drained. What can I say? Putin conference. I wasn't that prepared, really, after all, yeah? If I picked up the wrong stream. Full video. Maybe after all, it wasn't that important if they didn't put their stream. Yeah, I'll try to find it out. It's for 5 hours here. Putin conference English. So we have it on the side. I want to find the subtitles. Alright, so we have the different translation here. The new conference is coming. Over here, if you can see. Jay, there is $1 million United States dollars bound on Putin's head now. Go on and attempt to crash on it. And the best, Dennis. Thank you, Robert. Okay, so this is the conference. Almost the same, maybe a little different table. I hope the translation is good.
Single out the and
no time stamps.
Cool call, who have done a great deal of effort, who have sifted through, and we have selected some of the questions. Most of them are on welfare and social matters, on the special military operation, and there is a set of international topics also. So we begin.
Okay. BRICS. The new thing that they want to put there.
part to begin with. We feel that the world has either gone crazy or is going mad. The conflict potential is soaring. The global economy is in a difficult, dire situation. How is Russia managing to keep afloat and keep growing?
Again, the same. It's kind of interesting that we listened to the press conference from the last year, at least partially, because the question from the very beginning is the same. So the first question last year was, how can the Russian economy sustain itself? And it's the same question at the very start of this year. Interesting.
You know, when everything is calm and tranquil and stable, we're bored. Well, it's stagnation. We want some commotion.
We want some action, he said, like движ.
As soon as some commotion starts and we see bullets whistling and time flying rapidly, we get scared.
I didn't understand what he says. That like I watched that stuff on Russian, but I also couldn't understand like what he says. Like then there is everything is stable. We are bored. There is nothing happening, but then there is the action. Bullets are flying around. We are scared. Well, not scared, but scared. Something like that. So it's actually untranslatable, and even in Russia it's impossible to understand. Like what I may say that the old guy just frustrated, he's bored, he started the war and he feels like in computer strategy game, like he's outside from reality. He wants some action, some движняк, I would call it in Russian. He's crazy. Jay, thanks again. Will Jake Bro have another interview with you soon? No, Jay. I try to stay on my own. I'm like psychopath as well. Introvert psychopath. No, actually, I participate some of the projects, but I don't have the time for everything here, and I have my own job to do.
Darwitz. Well, it's horrible. It's a great deal of horror. But it's actually not. It's all about the economy, and we start with the economy, despite your provocative question. The economy underlies everything. It's the main foundation prescribing and determining the living standards of our people and the stability and the defensive capability.
And it goes down. He says that economy is the main determination factor, and it goes down. He didn't bring the papers with him this time, probably.
Everything is based on the economy, and the economic situation in this country, by and large, is normal, is stable. We keep advancing against all odds, despite external threats and attempts to impact us. Last year, the economic growth was at 3.6% in annualized terms, and this year it's going to be at 3.9 or even 4%. We'll have to double check that, because at the end of the year, we will see some numbers and we will recap in the first quarter 2025.
So this time no papers about the Russian economy, just numbers from the head, not concentrating on increasing it, forecast. Yeah, because who can you fool? Like, he presented a couple of the numbers, but they have nothing to do with reality.
And probably the level will even be 4%, meaning that over the 4 years, the economic growth amounted to about 8%.
Okay, again we have the switch of the voice to the female. Don't pay attention.
According to experts, with whom I've exchanged opinions this morning, some over the past years, the figure is, as I said, it was 5.6% in the US and 0.0% in the EU. In the leading European economy, the economic growth amounts to zero, and it is estimated to be so in the coming year too. International financial institutions, economic institutions, placed Russia number 1 in Europe in terms of purchasing power parity, and it ranks number 4 in the world. China, the US, India are ahead of us, and we are ahead of Germany. We were ahead of Germany in the past year too, and this year we are ahead of Japan.
In what world does Putin live? Yeah, we're ahead of Germany and Japan in economy growth, maybe in printing rubles. It's crazy. He really lives outside reality. Like, how can you put that to the public? Like,
But you know, it is not something that we should take for granted, that we should relax. Everything is in the motion, everything is moving forward and advancing. If while the European zone, the Eurozone is falling asleep, it doesn't mean that there are no other economic centers that are emerging. In the United States, the situation is evolving, so we have to keep this ratio, we have to change the quality of our economy, and there are other figures and indicators which are satisfactory, to put it mildly.
I think he meant growth, but it's still BS. Yes, what the growth of the Russian economy like? They just print their currency, that's it, uncontrollably. With that level of inflation, it's in the key rate, it's not going up.
One of most serious figures and indicators for all economies of the world is the unemployment level, and it is at a record low in our country at 2.3%.
Like, what's the point if you're employed and earn nothing?
It is unseen. It hasn't been seen before. It is number 1. Point 2. There is a growth in some industries. The industrial growth amounts to 4.4%, and processing industry is growing at a ratio of 8.1%. In some industries, some branches, the growth is even higher. Inflation rate is an alarming signal. While I was preparing for today's press conference, I spoke to the governor of central bank. According to Ms. Nabiulina, inflation is now at 9.3, 9.9, but
so the last year, it's actually, yeah, as I said, good that we listened the economic questions in the interview the last year. So he said about 7.5% of the inflation the last year, and here they say 9 point something. So 2% they add themselves, but in reality the inflation rises much higher. According to like every sort of the analysis, it's at least 25% in Russia right now, not 9.5. No. But even they admit that inflation rate is growing.
The income of the population has grown too.
The income in rubles, which are being printed, not in the United States dollars. And what you can buy for those rubles, like Chinese cars, which now cost millions. Like compare the prices for the foreign-made products before the war and after the war, and you'll be amazed that all of the products, they rise in price by at least 2-3 times, especially like sophisticated products which Russia cannot produce on its own, like cars, engines, I don't know, technical equipment, it all is very expensive.
So on the whole, the situation is stable. We have some problems with inflation. The economy is a bit overheated. The government and central bank has set themselves the goal of decreasing this ratio, and according to various estimates, it is expected to be at 2 or 2.3% in order to preserve the macroeconomic indicators. It is something we should seek to achieve, and we are going to discuss it in more detail during today's press conference. But on the whole, the situation is stable. There is one clarifying question, if you allow. You cited Germany and Japan as an example. I would like to speak about Germany. You said the economic growth is at 0%, but it was previously a center of economic growth. Does it have to do with the politics and the sovereignty? Because recently at the Russia Calling Forum, you said that when you celebrated the Gerhard Schröder's anniversary, all songs were sung in English, and there were no...
What it has in common with the German economy growth, or what? And is it really like the European economy in general declined or not declined? It's not growing. I'll check it later. Don't have time for it, but what's the nonsense they tell after those figures?
Now, German songs, yes, they were. It was a long time ago. Mr. Schröder celebrated his anniversary and he invited me and I attended. There was a small concert and...
the trader, Schröder, who is the part of the management of the Russian gas, yeah?
Everyone sang songs in English, and I said even a choir of girls from Hanover presented songs in English, but there was one troupe that sang songs in German. It was the Cuban Cossack choir. It was unexpected for me. I asked them how they learned this song, and they said, out of respect to the Germans, out of respect to the hosts, we learned this song during our travel, and we presented it in German. Later, I was approached by many guests. I'm telling you how it was, and many people told me we are ashamed. We are ashamed that only Russian Cossacks sang in German.
On the birthday of Schröder, everyone sang songs in English. I tried to figure out. And the Cuban Cossack Corps from Russia went for the same birthday, and they sang the song in German. Cuban Cossacks, which were expelled from Ukraine in Zaporizhia siege by Ekaterina the Great, and whose native language is Ukrainian, but they are now forced to speak Russian. And Putin has something to do with English language as well. It's the shame for Germans to hear the song in English on their birthdays. I try to protest that, and it's hard for me.
And I said it to my colleague who was present at that forum. I told him sovereignty is an important thing. It should be deep in your heart. And I believe in the post-war era, the German people no longer feel their sovereignty. Who are Europeans? They are proud of being Europeans. But above all, they are French, German, Italian, Spanish, and only after that they are Europeans.
The idea for Putin is to crush the European Union. They want to deal with separate countries, as he says here in this example, like they want to have a separate relation with Germany, with France, Italy. They don't want this powerful union like European Union to exist. and they do absolutely everything for it to collapse. And as the weapon, they use Russian gas. Jay, thank you again for your support. How did Jeff become such a moron? I don't know. Who is just... So, yeah. That's the idea for Russia, actually, to collapse everything in Europe. And he put in as an example his own friend, like Schroeder, who definitely is now in Gazprom management.
But instead, they tried to polish things. And in the end, you see it impacting everything, including economy. I mentioned the economic growth in our country, and largely it is a result of strengthening of our sovereignty.
Economic growth.
That is projected on the economic situation.
You know, the last year I read lots of the mainstream media, newspapers and websites, and many of those actually wrote that, oh, Putin is handling the Russian economy very well. Russian economy is rising. Wow, it's a new miracle, blah, blah, blah. Like it under the sanctions, it's not collapsing. But this year, everything changed. Everyone understood that, like, you cannot invest in military and work on that all the time. Like, you cannot print rubles, as I continue to say to you. No, the Russian economy is doomed. Like, it's just a matter of time that it collapses. For Ukraine, it's important to stay there and just able to defend itself until Russia collapses. It's the only way, actually. Just is the Russian moron. Okay. I see. How can I? Can I? Yeah, I can. Buy drafts. No longer here.
Many producers lost our market. Where does it bring us? Our industrialists started producing these same products. It necessitated various research, so we involved various institutions, including development institutions. And on the whole, it translated into the strengthening of our technological sovereignty. There might be different...
Again, he speaks about the technological sovereignty this year as well. So the same words, but as I've told you, there is no technological sovereignty in Russia because there is no technological production in Russia. He is gone. Thank you. Anytime, Jay. Thanks for your awesome support.
Sovereignty in the fields of education, industry, military. It is important for our country, and for our country it is of particular importance, because if we lose sovereignty, we lose our statehood. That's crucial. And strengthening the sovereignty is also a result of economic growth. Mr. President.
Russia is very, very dependent on China. So instead of being like dependent on the Western technologies, they're now changing to be dependent on Asian technologies. And that's it. Like, that's the only move, and Putin calls it some sort of the sovereignty.
President, now I suggest that we move on to questions from our citizens. You mentioned the economic growth. Indeed, if we look at the economic figures, they look all right. Most of Russian plants are working tight, but the payments are below the inflation.
Jake, thank you for joining the membership.
We made a rating of regions in which citizens asked most questions about price growth. It was in Kamchatka, in Sakhalinsk region, and in the most western region of our country, in Kaliningrad Oblast. And the price growth was a relevant question in Irkutsk. I will add some more figures. Our GigaChat provides us with some statistics. Most popular questions had to deal with price growths of bread, fish and butter. They also ask about growing fuel prices, and those are just a few question categories that we have seen. And according to Rosstat, the Russian statistics body, we see that fruit and vegetable prices have grown by 3.4%, was higher in our country. Apart from that, there is income growth and the growth of salaries. Well, we have a vast country, and some people might say, how can we speak about the welfare growth? But at the same time, some people would say that the income was reduced. But I'm speaking about the average figures. When we plan something, we have to base on something, and we cannot base on anything else but average figures.
So average figure.
Our military,
sorry,
that when the adversary, he became hero of.
It's kind of monotonous translation here. So Putin rely on average figures, like if we value the economy or something, we speak about average figures, but you cannot average, for example, Moscow and Irkutsk. It's total different story. Like Moscow is actually it's like complete different country. If you've been to Indonesia, like to Bali, you haven't seen Indonesia, because like Bali is completely different. It's like different country. So the same for Russia with Moscow. With a huge income, actually, they still have in Moscow.
I suggest that we now give the floor, and we see that the audience is willing to ask questions. Yes, indeed. Mr. Peskov, well, if we do what you propose, it will mean disrespect to the others. What's your name, please? Alina Hasaeva, the 15th region, North Ossetia. In today's realities...
Do they have the same, like, oh my god. It's the first question from the audience, and again from the North Ossetia, like it was the last year. It's actually interesting that I opened by mistake the first video 1 year ago, because you know, they started this conference with the same question about economy. Now they pick someone from North Ossetia. They have the same plan for every conference, I guess. No, so it's not a coincidence.
The human rights potential is a very important issue in North Caucasus. There are many educational institutions preparing military experts, particularly the North Caucasus Military Institute. It is a legendary institution.
Smiley Tech, thank you so much for your kind support. I do my small part here in the United remind my representatives how important it's continue to support Ukraine. Then Trump begins his term in 2025. Merry Christmas, my friend. Merry Christmas, Smiley. It was nice to see you here, and thanks for your generosity and your support.
7 alumni are heroes of the Soviet Union. Some of them are heroes of Russia. They continue to perform military tasks of our country. Anatoly Kulikov is one of alumni, and one of the most recent alumni is Sergei Hayrudinov. He became hero of Russia during the special military operation. Is it possible to revive this military institution that is so relevant and so important, not only in the North Caucasus, but in the whole Russia?
Thank you, Alina, for this question. This is a very good question. Please don't be cross with Alina. Why? Because North Ossetia has always been at the forefront for Russia in this regard in the Caucasus. And throughout the times, it proved it.
Squid SMP, thank you so much for your support. Hope you fly in freedom soon. Great work. Thank you.
It's proven to be useful in performing this high duty, and we know how the citizens of the Republic treat their motherland and their homeland. They have always defended the motherland. They have always performed this function nobly and with great success. You spoke about the decrease of the number of military vocational institutions. It's not about just closing it down in Ossetia. It's a thing that the network for military colleges in general, as the military specialists and the defense ministry thought it was out of proportion. There was no need for such a number of specialists for such an army as the Russian army, as it used to be. Now we're increasing the army in the numbers as well as a number of other institutions up to 1.5 million people. I cannot say that we will do that tomorrow, but we will work on it. That I can promise. Thank you. Working with the audience, let's go back
I
to
didn't
the
understand
center.
honestly the question.
Idartas, please.
Jay,
you have
thank
the
you
floor.
so much.
The mic, please, to the center. Thank you. Mikhail Petrov, TASS Editor-in-Chief. Before asking the question, Mr. President, I would like to thank you. This year, TASS is celebrating 120 years. We're the oldest information agency of the country. This year, in August, you have signed a decree to award the Order of Honorable Labor to our institution, and I would like to thank you for this. This is a high evaluation of our work. Thank you. As for the question, I think it concerns everyone today, I guess. During the Great Patriotic War, TASS were relaying the information from the front. I think it happened the same way as our guys are now working in a special military operation zone. They're also worried about that. What is your take on the course of the special military operation that's been going on for 3 years now? Is the victory any closer now?
Interesting question.
Naturally. I have expected such questions. There are many of them. As for the incoming questions that were coming in the past days, and moreover, I would like to thank you for this. It gives us a chance to show what we're doing there, what's happening, and what our guys are doing at the line of engagement. You know, the servicemen that whom I talk to regularly, they're giving some souvenirs to me. They're giving me their shoulder patches and so on. There's sometimes weapons as a souvenir.
Weapons to Putin.
And quite recently, the servicemen of 155th Marine Brigade gave me a copy of the military flag, a banner. And we'd like to ask, can we ask someone to help? Could you please come up here? Yes, please.
It's the circus here.
And someone on this side as well. So I have a request for you. Please stand over there, and you over here. And please unfold the banner.
Bull Neptune, thank you. Keep flying.
The other way around.
Respect.
The
Thank you so
Marines
much.
of the Pacific
Thanks for your
Fleet.
generosity.
I took it with me for a reason.
155-я отдельная гвардейская бригада морской пехоты. Там, где мы, там победа. That's really the copy of Marine Brigade. Where we are, there is the victory, it says. And some people sign it. So Putin is quite comfortable with this, with those signs. He's like a gamer, as I told you. He enjoys himself in this war. It's not about economy, like he basically missed that question, giving absolute fake numbers and saying that Russia is overtaking Japan and Germany. But then he speaks about military. He is happy.
Number one, I
Old
wanted to
man
thank
freak.
the guys for this gift. Second, let's think that this is 155th Marine Brigade. Represents all military banners of our guys fighting right now for Russia, for the motherland, throughout the line of engagement.
Oh, for rubles they fight.
I have to say that the situation is changing drastically. You know it very well. I just wanted to confirm that. We see movement all along the front line every day. And as I have already said, it's not about moving 100 or 200 or 300 meters ahead. Our military men are regaining the territory by square kilometers.
Well, actually, compared to what it was to 2022, even today's Russian advancement is quite slow. Like, if they would like to continue like that, if they want to continue, they would have to waste their entire army many of the time. So it's not a solution for Russia to continue the attacks with the present losses they have. So no, by doing so, they will just ruin their own military. So the situation is actually not that bright for Russia after all. Yeah.
Every day. That's what I wanted to highlight. Why is it happening? First and foremost, throughout the last year, and this is a classic scenario of military warfare. First, the enemy is going at you. He's being defeated. He incurs losses in...
Will they stand there till the end of this conference?
In personnel and equipment, and then we start moving forward. That's what's happening. Warfare is complicated. Therefore, it's hard to think ahead and to foretell the future. But we are moving forward. And as I said, we're getting close.
Yeah, 155th Brigade was definitely kaputted in Wuhledar. You're right, Jonah. Yeah. But like they take new people to the brigade, that they like reburn it, then burn it, then reburn it. So the name of the brigade continues, but people change. Yeah.
Sir, to solving our primary tasks that we have outlined at the beginning of the special military operation. As for our men and women in uniform, I will continue repeating that, because I have every reason to say that. They're acting as heroes. The capacity of our armed forces are increasing. Right now we see the banner of 155th Brigade. It's fighting in the Kursk region and it's pushing the enemy away from our territory. They're not alone.
So for Russia, Ukrainian territories, as they call our own territory.
810th Pacific Fleet Brigade, 76th and 106th Division of paratroopers, the shooting regiment of the North Caucasus, the motorized brigade, everyone is working there as a heroes. Right now, they're fighting, and let's wish all of them, everyone who is fighting in the Kursk region, all along the line of engagement, we wish them good luck, victory, and for them to return home safely.
I think he didn't answer the question about military. So this year it was more, so the last year the conference was more about numbers, and this year it is more about the show.
Mr. President, I just came back from the Kursk region. Those units and brigades that you've mentioned right now are doing their sacred duty, freeing our territory. We've worked with them for several weeks. At the front line, we shot a video. 155th Brigade liberated several settlements, and we showed in our video that when the adversary has been pushed out of the settlement, he starts to shell that will artillery fire that very settlement. We traveled to Borky, Snagos, and Lubimovka, the liberated settlement. You can see that on the map. First, the houses have been intact, and now they're being destroyed, and people from the border regions have nowhere to return to. They have no homes.
And who did it? Who destroyed the homes? Fuckers.
Trying to rebuild their homes, but Now I suggest we call Tatiana Ziborova. She's forced to leave during a temporary settlement. Do you hear us, Tatiana? Your question to the President, please. Mr. President, good afternoon. I'm from the Kursk region, from Bolshoi-Sedatsky region.
Now, the areas where Russia tries to retake its territory or retook its territory in the Kursk region, they caused the devastation themselves. Like, they use artillery targeting the Russian or hitting Russian houses out there, so it's crazy. How did so many Russians become such more? Yeah. So they're hitting their own homes in the Kursk region, and now they complain.
I have a question from all citizens of the Kursk region. When our region will be liberated?
Yeah, Putin, when?
When the Ukrainian army will be pushed far enough so they wouldn't even dare show their face to us, even look towards us. When can we go back to our houses?
What happened?
Or somewhere.
Why, Russians?
So we can live in our own homes. One more question. Will small villages be rebuilt? The villages that have been destroyed, will the infrastructure be rebuilt there? And now the question from Bolshoi-Sedatsky municipality. Will our citizens be put on the list of housing certificates? Because they are not issued to us right now because the Ukrainian army did not go there. So we're not listed as qualifying for the housing certificate.
Yeah, but you were looted by Ahmad.
Madam Ziborova, no question here. I don't even want to name the specific date when the adversary will be pushed out. Right now.
Because he cannot push Ukraine out. It's hard to say for Putin. He say that I cannot put the date, then the Russian army will push out Ukrainians. Yeah.
Now, at this very minute, the fight is ongoing. The fighting is quite serious. It's not quite clear. It makes no military sense to enter of the Kursk region by, the Ukrainian armed forces, or to keep on staying there, sending as cannon fodder their best storm brigades and units. Still, this is happening. It is for sure that we'll get rid of them.
Well, Russia actually gains their territory back little by little. The main factor here, as I've told you at the very beginning of the Kursk operation, the main factor is the weather, like winter, supplies, temperature fluctuations, plus minus. It all is very bad. But it as well as bad as for Ukrainians, Russians also have those sort of the conditions, so they have to waste more of their forces. So from one side, like Ukraine is unable to reach its strategic goal in Kursk. I think that idea was for Ukraine to cause Russia to withdraw their forces from the east of Ukraine, which didn't happen actually. Still, Russia is forced to use some of their reserves in the Kursk region and also North Koreans, but they didn't release the tension in the east. I think it was the main idea. Also, maybe Ukraine wanted to go to Kursk itself or Kursk nuclear power plant. It also wasn't reached, like after all, Russians organized the defense, and Ukraine cannot expand the supply lines that long. They would be vulnerable. So the Kursk operation I don't see the strategic goal of this operation. You may find some of the positives for Ukraine, like in the Kursk operation. First of all, Russia is uncomfortable with it. Russian elite, Putin, Also, it rose the tensions between Ahmad Battalion and the Russian command. The tensions which were before, but were not published openly in the press. But now everyone tells about Udinov, who complains about the Russian military command. So you may find actually some positivities in Kursk, but at the same time, definitely Ukraine loses also the best of the best forces. There are losses for Ukrainian army. Sorry, it's the midnight. So there should be like the higher goal, I think personally, for this operation than just to cause uncomfort for Russia or some small internal clashes between Ahmad and Russian military. But I'm here, I'm YouTuber, Ukrainian military command knows better.
But as for the specific date, I cannot name you the specific date, but there are certain plans, so I know the date. It is reported to me regularly, but say that by this very date, it would not be correct, because our servicemen can hear us right now. If I just name the date, in a day or two, they will try to deliver on that without regard for their own lives. A day or two.
He wants to show that he cares about lives of his soldiers.
It would not have a great significance, but it is for sure that the adversary will be pushed out of there. And number two will evaluate the detriment. And number three, everything will be rebuilt. There is no shadow of a doubt about it. We'll rebuild everything. The road network, communal infrastructure.
Yeah, we saw the quality of those houses and buildings which Russia built in Mariupol, for example. They invested, there is corruption in Russia, and it's on a large scale. So what the government invests in those rebuilds, well, at least half of that is stolen by the Russian system itself, by the Russian oligarchs who owns the construction companies. And in the scene we'll see a very poor down or maintained buildings. So it's actually terrible what they've built in Mariupol. Jay, thank you so much. Again, you're very generous today. Where are Putin's parents, cousins, or brothers and sister? I need to Google. I know that his daughter lives in Switzerland, as far as I know. She even wrote some articles, I guess. Yeah, you cannot blame actually relatives even for there is. In general, you cannot take responsibility for your relatives, but I think in this case, they all live on Putin's blood money. So it could be an exception.
Social-oriented facilities, schools, kindergartens. We'll rebuild social clubs and naturally housing. Will provide certificates to rebuild housing. Those who want to move there will help them out. Right now we have allocated already, I think, about 108 billion rubles. The first tranche has already been delivered. The administration will be working throughout all of the holidays. They'll be meeting with people and solving the questions also regarding the housing certificates. There is nothing good about what's happening to you. People are suffering, they have losses and tremendous inconveniences, especially with children and so on. But we'll do everything. Please do not doubt, Madam Zibora. We'll rebuild everything. And everyone who requires housing to be rebuilt, they'll be covered. Everyone will receive everything that they're bound to receive. And I truly expect that the new head of the region, who has been appointed to the Kursk region, he's an experienced person who knows how to work with people directly. That's why I appointed him there. He's been working at the State Duma for quite a while. He knows how to work with voters. He's good at it. And I'm sure that it will happen. He will work individually, case by case.
Not with people but
Mr.
with
President,
votes.
Our servicemen who right now are liberating the Kursk region do not have the status of the participant of the special military operation. Why? Because they're participants of the counterterrorism operation. It has an impact on the payments that they receive. We received several appeals, mainly by the wives of the servicemen. My husband is serving at an assault brigade in Kursk region.
And I cannot take Lada. He's serving in Russia in Kursk. Please put in help. Put the reward for my husband's life. I want white Lada, please.
And he's taking part. He received 42,000 rubles in November, though he's at the front line. Some servicemen do not receive payments for 3 months already, since they're in the counterterrorism zone, not in the special military operation.
Wow, Putin, how come that happened?
Zone. Yet another appeal. Kursk region servicemen receive 25,000 per month, not 210,000 rubles as promised by the Defense Ministry contract. Can it be amended? Yes, it can and it must be. This is my shortcoming. This is unexpected for me. I know what is said here. Our servicemen, who used to fight at different parts of the front line, they're participants of the military action, and if they have been moved to the Kursk region, they're bound to.
So here Putin says that the part of the forces actually were moved from Ukrainian front lines to Kursk. He admits that.
Receive them. I think I'll check it. Possibly there used to be a category that was not at the line of engagement, and then they landed in the Kursk region. Possibly they were not certified as the category of participants of the special military operation. Honestly, I didn't even think about it.
So, my apologies. All of that is going to be corrected. It's a pity that
those are the words, like quotes from Putin. В Курской области все будет восстановлено. Everything will be restored in Kursk Oblast.
Defense Ministry overlooked that because it's their responsibility, but we're going to sort this out and everyone is going to get everything they're entitled to. And the military who are performing their duty at the line of engagement will get everything. And we will recalculate everything retroactively. There should be no doubt about that. Yes, I know personally military who are waiting for that. I want them to hear me. Rest assured, and your families, rest assured that everything is going to be recalculated, everything that you're entitled to, everything you'll get. Mr. President.
So he was presented with facts, and the only thing Putin came out with is to reinsure his soldiers who take part not in special military operation but in counter-terrorist operation in the Kursk region. You'll get your money, don't worry. Yeah, what else can he say?
And you said that the armed forces of Ukraine are basically sending their brigades as cannon fodder to the Kursk region, and we can see that. We see so many bodies of their military they have abandoned, and there's a lot of NATO.
I can show you more images of the Russian abandoned bodies, and this time North Koreans, if we speak here about the Kursk region.
To military equipment left there, Leopards and Abrams and Bradleys. So basically Kursk region serves as the concentration, like a graveyard, the biggest in the world for NATO military equipment. That very well may be the case, because the amount of military equipment in Kursk region is almost the same as the military equipment of the armed forces of Ukraine that had been destroyed over all of the last year.
Well, here partially I may agree that Ukraine loses lots of the Western equipment in Kursk, because Ukraine definitely deployed brigades which have lots of the Western equipment, Leopard, Abrams, Bradleys, and I guess 3 days ago or something I showed you Like in a single day, Ukraine lost 3 of the Bradleys. We have the visual confirmation of 2, but yeah, the brigade reported that they've lost 3 Bradleys. So unfortunately, yeah, there could be losses like that, especially when Russia attacks with North Koreans and with their capable forces this time. So it's the war, yeah. You have losses in Kursk region. Ukraine uses Strikers, Humvees, Bradleys, so mostly Western equipment. Here, if Ukraine loses something, it's 100% Western equipment. In those brigades, like 47th Brigade, they have Western equipment. So, yeah, unfortunately.
In the territory of Ukraine. So
Jay,
I would
so
also
much.
like to ask you whether they will get reward for the military equipment that they have managed to destroy. Are there any problems with that? Well, yes, the situation is grave. Yes, I know that the Defense Ministry is listening to this press conference. Everything is going to be done, and no one should have any doubt as to that. Maybe we'll move to the room, to the audience. Very well. Since we're talking about the military sphere, let's go to Zvezda TV channel.
Yeah,
Konstantin
Zvezda TV,
Kokoleshnikov,
they do.
Zvezda TV channel. I have to ask you about the statements we've been hearing from you over the last several weeks. You spoke about the first military test of Oreshnik. It seems as if it is a perfect weapon, even though in the West it's still dubbed as a modification of an old Soviet missile, saying that the air defense system can bring it down even at the moment of launch. Can you comment on that? And what about the sense behind the name of this Oreshnik? Because there are different theories as to why it received this name. First, whether that is an old weapon or new weaponry, it's a cutting-edge type of weapon. Of course, anything that is being done anywhere is based upon previous achievements, and then we make a step forward. And the same thing applies to Oreshnik. Yes, there were certain developments in the past, some of them dating back to the new Russian history, and based on that groundwork, our researchers and scientists have been thinking what else they can do. They talked to the client, namely the defense minister.
Well, Oreshnik is basically a modification of one of the middle-range ballistic missiles, which was made in the Soviet Union, actually, so Russia modified it. So far, Putin tries to impress the world with Oreshnik capabilities, even without the nuclear warhead. Like I shared on my latest video on the channel, how the satellite images of allegedly Dnipro rocket factory. What's the name? I forgot. I forgot the name of this factory, which was targeted by Oreshnik after all, and still I'm searching for information whether those satellite images are legit. If they are, yes, the facility was damaged a little, but it's not the critical. You cannot compare that with nuclear strike, as Putin says. Like Oreshnik is like a nuclear strike. It's capable missile with nuclear warhead, and yeah, the test launch was successful for them. But Putin, he didn't impress Westerns after all. Like there is some part of the marginal society in the West, like Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, who say, "Oh, we are afraid of the Russian escalation, that Ukraine got long-range missiles from us, and now we are at the age of the Third World War." But it's not true. It's like, so Putin used Oreshnik once. No real harm, significant harm was evidenced, but he continued to say about Oreshnik in his every interview. Hit the like button, support democracy. Thank you, Jay.
military, and it was even brought up to my level, and I weighed in on the final decision on whether this new missile has to be produced and in what volume. This is a new weaponry, short range and intermediate range missile. You said that several experts in the West believe that it can be easily intercepted and destroyed, especially at the moment of launch. What can I say to these experts? The thing is, there are different types of air defense systems, because you should know that there are Patriot air defense systems, which there are also THAD systems. I don't know whether they have those in Ukraine. Maybe if Americans want, they can supply those systems. Let them. It's similar to our S-400, whereas the Patriot is more or less like S-300.
What?
Whereas this new one, high altitude air defense system, is more or less like S-400. Let them do that, and we'll ask our guys in Ukraine to.
Okay, I just need to go through some research. So this Putin compared with S-400, terminal high altitude air defense, which is capable, actually, sorry, we're on a Wikipedia page, which is capable to intercept missiles in intermediate range ballistic missiles. There's short, medium, and inter. So it's able to destroy short range, medium range like Oreshnik, and intercontinental ICBMs. Has been deployed to Iran, Romania. Oh, we have them in Romania. It's like the shield against the Putin, probably. But you cannot compare the system with the S-400. First of all, because of the speed. The speed is enormous, you see. It's crazy. Mach 8.2. It's able to intercept missiles in the space. Flight ceiling is 93 miles. Oli, thank you. Greetings. Thanks for your support. So S-400 has nothing to do with it. Like this is, hope you can see, like this is S-400. With operational range of just 400 kilometers. The ceiling is not guided here, but you understand, yeah? It's small freaking system. Yet it's able to intercept some of the ballistic missiles and so on, but this is small one. Like, it's very small compared to THAAD. Russian S-400 Triumph. Surface-to-air missile. Upgrade. It's just the upgrade of S-300 family. And yeah, there is no such capabilities for missile to intercept ICBMs. Like, maybe Russia may try it, but it's not. It will not work. It cannot fly to the space. I mean, it's completely different story. It's mostly air defense, missile. That's it. It's not anti-ballistic missile system from its original purpose. So first of all, S-300 purpose is to shut down airplanes. And it was upgraded to S-400. Yes, it can shut down some of the ballistic missiles, but it's not the main purpose of the system. And if Russia just hasn't got any sort of the analogs of THAAD system. Only America has that. And he compares this to THAAD and S-300 with Patriot. Yeah, you may compare S-400 with Patriot, not S-300, but S-400 may be, depends on missiles which Russia uses, but THAAD, no. Russia doesn't have any sort of the system like THAAD. Putin should play Russian roulette. Jay, thank you. I also think like that.
Find some good solutions. Well, when I say our guys, I say that without irony, because there are those we can talk to in Ukraine, because there are many people in Ukraine who are dreaming of ridding their country of this neo-Nazi regime. But the thing is, THAAD is basically an anti-missile system, and for many years before we had been asking the Americans not to deploy those systems, otherwise we would have to find systems that would allow us to penetrate those systems. You know, we had to come up with the Vanguard system, which is kind of a cruise missile which follows the landscape without going too high. So basically all of that is only leading to new expenses, especially for American taxpayers, without giving anything in return.
So Russia has now to come out with new solutions to bypass quite capable air defense of allies and the United States. So Russia, they produce new missiles. He stated like Avangard cruise missile, which is the black hole for the Russian budget, and they still haven't got any sort of the successful test. But now he speaks about the American taxpayers who pay for what if Russia produces those missiles and they spend money. Americans have already produced their air defense. They just put it in Romania, as we saw. Interesting logic.
That said, this system has been developed and deployed. There are 2 positions in Romania and in Poland, and there are 24 anti-missiles deployed there. I think they're called Standard 3. In Romania, it's the 1B modification with a 300-kilometer range, and it can intercept missiles at 80 to 250 kilometers of altitude. In Poland, there is a newer modification. It can intercept as far as 1,000 kilometers and at the altitude of up to 500 kilometers, whereas Oreshnik is an intermediate range missile, and it's 1,000 up to 5,500 kilometers. That's the range of Oreshnik. Now, just imagine, our system is deployed 2,000 kilometers away. Even if the anti-missile is deployed in Poland, it's not going to be able to intercept. They say that the missile is very vulnerable at the launching stage, but they won't be able to intercept those missiles so far.
Actually, they can intercept, like we saw in characteristics of that air defense, that it might be fired into space and intercept ICBMs easily. Like, Maybe not in descent phase. It's basically, I think, almost impossible for any sort of the missile, not just a rationing because of the very high speed. But yeah, during the ballistic trajectory up to the top, those missiles could be intercepted. Jay, thank you so much. Pay anything to slap someone's sense into Putin.
Moreover, the launching sites are protected. Moreover, it takes time for the anti-missile to get to the missile, but it takes several seconds, and then it's too late to catch or to intercept it. So there is, before the separation, so there is no chance that the missile is gonna be brought down by the anti-missiles.
Here we have the Sherlock, we have problem with the logic here. So Putin complains that West deploys the air defense systems in Poland, in Romania, as he said, at the same time calling the systems not effective because Russia came out with some Wunderwaffe missile. Diego, thank you. I will read your comment just later. So why should you complain, first of all, for the deployment of those systems if you are able to bypass those with your Wonder missile? How is that really possible? I don't see the logic here, honestly. Maybe it's the complaining boy logic. Diego, thank you for greatest word, Dennis. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Merry Christmas, Diego. Thank you so much.
So if the experts in the West think so, well, let them come up with a proposal to us and to the US. They can suggest kind of a technological experiment, kind of a high-tech fighting duel of the 21st century. They can designate a target, say in Kiev. They can concentrate all of their air defense and anti-missile defense there, and we will strike it with a Reshnik, and we'll see what's going to happen.
That's what I call insanity. Putin is really out of the ground. For him, human lives are not... humans for him are like ants or something. He says about the capital city with millions of Ukraine, with millions of people living there. And he called for competition, for a challenge. Okay, we're gonna strike Kiev with Oreshnik and we'll see how your defense works there, ha ha ha. So, completely out of reality, out of clue of what is really happening. Then we read the stories in our school books about Roman emperors, like Neron, who burned the city just to draw it on paper or something. For us, from this perspective, it is madness. But by the time for people who lived under that ruling, under that power, it was okay. So now for Russia, it's okay. This guy is completely he's psychopath. I'm not a doctor, but even for me, it's understandable that кукуха поехала совершенно. It's the meaning in Russia. So кукуха, it means the head, the mind is completely lost. He's out of the ground, and that's the reality. And the interesting thing here is the motivation of this person. Even if you compare this guy with the worst persons out there, for example, Adolf Hitler, dictator, which caused millions of life losses. Well, even Hitler, in his mind, had something behind it. Okay, he thought, we're gonna eliminate those people, whatever, because we don't like them. right? They are not good for us, let's say. But here, it's just some sort of the competition, joy, as he said, движуха, so action. Okay, we're gonna fire some missile there. We'll see if they intercept this missile. So what's the motivation behind Putin's madness? It's just the madness of madnesses. Like, there is no motivation except of this joy of war. Like, you may definitely compare him to Neron, like Roman Empire, by the time who went crazy, and this is the same. As for me, this is 100% the same. Sergei, thank you so much for donation. Greetings to Norway. Ulf, thank you also for your support of the channel. Ben Labo, vielen Dank aus Deutschland. Gemeinschaft sind wir stark. Thank you. Vielen Dank for your support.
Willing to conduct such an experiment. What about the other side? Are they ready? Well, we are...
So we are like guinea pigs for him. Like, okay, let's do this. Let's make an experiment. Wow. The guy is completely like, he's out of ground.
Understand all of their anti-missile and anti-air defense systems are on high alert. They're ready. But, you know, what I've just told you is what I have learned from our engineers, from our scientists. And of course, the American political leadership also get their information from their experts. So let's conduct this duel and look at the outcome. It's going to be interesting because it's going to be useful both to us and to the American side.
I'm out of the words, and Zelenskyy also heard that, and he commented on Twitter saying that this guy is Delulu or something like that. It's crazy.
Right. And what about the name? Honestly, no idea, no clue.
So, and they're laughing, like everything is normal. No one interrupted him here. For Russians, everything is fine. Like, you can make an experiment, some big city with millions of people living there. Like, what's the definition of insanity? This time it's Russia. Ben Labo. Interesting nickname. Ich wünsche auch allen eine schöne Weihnacht. I don't speak German, sorry. Still hard for me. Hard to find motivation. Like, what the fuck indeed. But I like this language, I want to learn it. Eine schöne Weihnacht. Was ist das? Weihnacht. I'll translate later, I guess. Thanks for your support.
Well, let's ask some questions from the audience. Yes. Rossiyskaya Gazeta. Maybe you'll ask something about the peace. Rossiyskaya Gazeta. Mr. President, you have recently signed the amendments to the nuclear doctrine. Do you think the signal has been received and understood in the West? I don't know. You should ask them. I know what the amendments are. The doctrine is not new, but the amendments are somewhat new. I'll tell you about the key changes. We talk about the new emerging military threats that can turn into military threats.
New emerging military threats that can turn to the threats. I would like to listen to this interview on Russian, honestly, because the translation could be not correct. But anyways, military doctrine doesn't obligate Russia to do anything. Like, it's the doctrine, it's not the order. After all, it's up to Putin, the main decision to use nukes or not. under the influence of his own allies in Asia, mainly like India and China, who would abandon Russia in case of Russia using nukes on Ukraine. So Putin has to come out with some of the new ideas of how to threaten the West. So that's why the story with Oreshnik started. Okay, it's not a nuclear weaponry, but it's like a nuclear weaponry. And definitely, as I told you, some of the Westerners, influencers like Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson, they're afraid of that, and they also start to spread misinformation. They're on this hype wave. I don't know if they're paid by Russia or not, probably, after all, not. But they're following this Russian outcast propaganda stuff, frightening the United States society. And, politicians, they do depend on the public opinion, which is spread widely in Twitter. That was bought by Elon Musk, kind of a strange person. And yeah, that's the policy of Putin, to threaten the West with Oreshnik, not even with nuclear weaponry, because his fellows in China and India wouldn't support that move if Russia uses nuclear weaponry. So the doctrine doesn't play here. Russia will not use nukes at this stage, at least. So maybe Putin would like to press the red button on Ukraine. By the way, let's listen to this. Jay, thank you so much. Ove, thank you so much.
Like the emergence of anti-missile systems and several other factors, and they're all named in the doctrine. We also speak about raising the responsibility of non-nuclear states that might participate in an aggression against the Russian Federation, together with those countries that are in possession of nuclear weapons. And if these countries, just like their allies, create any threat to Russia's sovereignty or to the very existence of Russia, then we believe we have the right to use our nuclear weapons against them. And there is
Actually, it's something new, like Putin said on this conference. So before they stated like, okay, if a nuclear country helps non-nuclear country with its weaponry and non-nuclear country attacks Russia, we're gonna, nuke that nuclear country which helps non-nuclear countries. So in Ukrainian case, it could be United Kingdom, France, or United States of America. That's why Joe Rogan was, wow, they're gonna nuke us. But here, Putin says that they're gonna nuke, according to this doctrine, Ukraine. So the accent was moved from United States to Ukraine. I think that it was done for purpose, because Putin wants to maybe negotiate with Donald Trump. And how would you negotiate if you threatening your opponent with nukes? Like, Trump wouldn't understand that. So here it's the interesting game from Putin. Now he blames more Ukraine than the West before negotiations. And even with the nukes, he threatens not the West this time, but Ukraine. Joshua, thank you so much. Hey Danny, Merry Christmas, you and your family. Thanks for your all work. Haven't missed an episode, Ukraine. Thank you so much, Joshua. And with your support, we reached our goal. Thank you.
another component which is also related to managing our military arsenal. The fourth thing, we have made an announcement. We've made an announcement that if similar threats are created to our allies, to the member of the Union state of Russia and Belarus, to Belarus namely, then Russia is going to view that in the same light as creating similar threats to Russia. So we're going to do everything in our power to ensure Belarus's security. This is something we're doing in coordination and with the consent in coordination with and with the consent of the President of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko. And I think this is a very important component of Russia's updated nuclear doctrine. Another question from the audience.
So you understand, yeah, they moved the accent from United States towards Ukraine, also spoke about Belarus, so nothing really interesting after all.
Well, we have agreed not to shout out. Let's show some respect for one another. Yes, but before that, let's give the floor to the one who, to the lady who wants to ask about the Arctic. Daria Shuchalnia, Republic newspaper. Thank you for getting Rostislav Goldstein back to us, to our region, and he started working right away. He's a very good leader. Yes, he is very sensible, very reliable, and very consistent, and I hope that
Carlos,
he's going to succeed.
Thank you
for sending him to us. My question then, in the Russian High North, in the Russian Far East, in the Republic of Komi, there are many settlements with a population of under 2,000 citizens, but unfortunately they are not entitled. They're not entitled to this program of building a cinema, and we know that some people want to stay in these settlements, but unfortunately there's not many opportunity for spending leisure time. Maybe some changes, some amendments could be made to the federal program so that the settlements of the Russian High North of under 2,000 people could still be entitled to this program. And I know that as a student, you worked there somewhere in the north, and you know how efficient it is. But unfortunately, these student brigades could be used again. Maybe amendments could be made to Federal Law 44 so that when construction sites are organized...
So, like, the translation is so mumbling, and I lost her question after all. Like, something about settlements... She's very, very long with her question.
Gyms and cinemas, yes, that's great.
You know, it's quite unaccepted. With respect to the Arctic zone, first of all, we have the preferential rate for mortgage at 2%, as well as in the Far East. The mortgage interest rate is at 2%. It's beneficial, and people have been using that. And for new territories, we also have this rate at 2% for mortgage lending. Besides, in that zone, we have an entire brand.
So Russia has like separate programs for the regions which are, let's say, economically outdated, northern regions, Far East regions, risky regions in like they call it new regions of Ukrainian territory, where Russian government applies some sort of the discount for mortgages, basically compensating the vast part of the percent of the mortgage. Yeah, this program still exists there. Works sometimes. It's hard to like complain for me personally because I'm not Russian and I didn't search for this topic properly. Oh, thank you. Estonia, yes, Estonia is awesome.
Good day, Yenisei TV channel, Dmitry Novikov, Krasnoyarsk. Mr. President, you have called Krasnoyarsk to be the center of Russia. Now we are getting ready. Just apologize for interrupting. It wasn't me who called. It's the geographic center of Russia, Krasnoyarsk. And we're getting ready to mark our 400th anniversary.
Guys, honestly, I'm already tired of this interview. There was the question from the foreign journalist, actually. I want to find it somewhere, but probably without the time codes I cannot do. Oh yeah, I found it. I'm gonna listen to that and continue the stream without Putin because I'm tired of this bastard. Hey?
What do you put
at the highest?
I don't see.
Fuel, the oil fuel. You have the floor, please. NBC. just in the middle
NBC or
of the
CBS?
sector.
Like, they muted him. At least on this media. Well, probably on Russian stream they also muted the guy. That's why we don't hear him. Well, basically what he said there, I saw this fragment of the video. He said that Russia suffered tremendous losses in Ukraine. Russia was pushed out from Syria. Russian economy struggles. Now Trump's is in the White House, will be. And you have to negotiate with Trump. But now you're much weaker than you was speaking with Trump during his first term. So how realistically you can propose something if you're that weak? Well, Putin, I think we have the response.
Would you please reiterate, your journalist, where did he go missing? Where was he missing? What happened exactly to him?
Fuck, it's impossible to, he was muted probably by Russians, and yeah, Putin went a little angry even here, and he said, okay, I haven't seen Trump for 4 years or something, that's why, yeah, I'm going to negotiate with him, blah blah blah. So yeah, I'm, guys, honestly tired of this interview. Nothing really new there. Like, there were some of the aspects that are interesting, like shows the diagnosis of the Russian leader. Let's launch an experiment on high-populated city of Kiev. It's beyond, honestly, beyond understanding, and they still consider Ukrainian territories as their own territories. They call them new territories. Yeah, that's how the Russian dictator works. Get some rest, Dennis. We appreciate all. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, now we still have some time. Like, I have some time, So we may go through live stream. I have the comments here, so I'll put my phone away. Strangely, why my last video was demonetized? This video has been reviewed. I applied, to reconsider their decision about monetization. Yeah, we have some issues with monetization on the channel as well as usual. Game time. No, not today. Like, I haven't slept well, honestly. Has anyone seen that reporter since that? Yeah, don't worry, he's fine. Like, this is like watching a wildlife video. A strange Russian species chatter among themselves. Yeah, something similar. Hello, my favorite Ukrainian. Hi. Shane. Hi. Check to lifter. Oh, Ben, thank you so much for your generosity and your support. Follow you, work regularly, and would like to thank you for your work. Thank you for good reporting in 2024. Means Goose aus Deutschland. Yeah, greetings to Deutschland. Awesome. Thank you, Ben, so much. Trump must keep his cards private. Don't worry. Yes, according to the recent news, I was actually surprised that Donald Trump is willing to continue to support Ukraine. I don't know. Maybe it will be in some different way, like maybe Ukraine will get some of the credits for the weaponry. Like, it will not be like direct military support just for granted as it was under Biden's administration, because this move is not that popular after all among society, as we know from the polls. Yeah, many people do support Ukrainian help, but not in a way of just presence. They want Ukraine to pay for it. So maybe there will be some of the, but it's all it will be done in the same way. Like Ukraine will get credits for which it will buy some of the weapons. In this case, it may be even better because Ukraine will be up to choose what weapon it can take. So the good news that Trump wants to, according to the information which was published in the press, that Donald Trump now wants to continue to support Ukraine from the military perspective. What support it will be like? Will it be increased or decreased? I don't think that it will be increased after all. Figures, thank you so much for your kind support. Trump is a vivid card, no predicting what he will do. Yes, also agree. Take bonfire, yeah. 100%, like everything depends on his mood. Today he's willing to support someone, tomorrow no. Like even if we take his previous term and his team, then they were working with him, like, you know that 50%, like almost half of people who worked with Trump now hate him from his previous team, and then they were working with Trump. Trump said, okay, those are the best of the best, but then they start, to say different stuff about Donald Trump. For Trump, they became the worst of the worst. So Trump may change his mind completely, but I think that after all, he sees Putin as the weak player because of Syria, because of the Russian losses, and Trump says about it. Like in his tweet, on his probably social media truths, he posted, like in one post, he called Russia weak 2 of the times, like because of the huge Russian losses. In Ukraine, Russia is unable to deploy its forces to protect Assad's regime. So in his single post, he called Russia weak in Ukraine and Russia weak in Syria, unable to protect its dictators. Oh, thank you so much. Russia sucks and people go Ukraine great east. Then is big boy. Thank you. Yeah, too big, I would say. Can't wait, then Trump will support. Oh, what happened to my page? It somehow crashed, I don't know. Hopefully the stream continues. I think Elon overplayed his hand, spending build destruction. Yeah, Joshua, I think very, very soon we're going to see a big confrontation between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Привет из Харькова. Привет из Харькова. Hi to Kharkiv. Hope you're safe there. So Elon, I think he takes too much. And lots of the media start to write it's like the shadow president of the United States, but we all know that Donald Trump doesn't like those persons who would like to take power ahead of him, and then the destiny for Elon Musk in political life will be cancelled by Donald Trump. In this case, it could be the same story as with Trump's team during his first term. Like Elon will be hated by Trump after all. I think I should concentrate on the stuff like filming the videos about Elon or something, maybe on my other channel. Elon blew his load too soon. Yeah. He's like frightening guy. I think Donald Trump afraid of him. Like in general, like MAGA community start to afraid of him based on their comments. Then Estonia will supply Mk1 anti-drone missiles. Awesome. I'll try to search for that. Mk1 anti-drone system. like you may see it over here. What we know about MK1 anti-drone missiles Frankenburg developed for Ukraine. So it's like a missile with probably ballistic trajectory. Developed. Estonian Prime Minister Christian Michael is meeting with representatives Frankenburg Technologies. Frankenburg sounds German, so probably it was developed in Germany. Some sort of the tracking. Mark 1 to intercept drones, therefore it's quite local to use similar style weapon aircraft. Here we have the manpad. Can it be used as the manpad? Yeah, I should write this article. Read this article. I need to find some time. Technically, yes, it's possible to take an Iranian Russian Shahed 136 with a 7 meter long missile. 7 meter long missile. It's launcher from S-300 system, but using cheaper means is just much more efficient, provided they demonstrate sufficient. Yeah, like S-300 can shut down Shahed and everything, but this could be way more efficient because it costs less. Yeah, good news. What can I say? Awesome. Proves that Musk is silly. Yeah, in general, yes, I think so. Musk and Trump are comedic duo. I think with their characters, it's very hard to deal with each other. After all, I think that Musk was used by Donald Trump, and Musk thinks that he's using Donald Trump to get his interests, investments from the United States budget, and so on. Are you in Frankreich now, Dennis? No. Who is winning the war? Hard to say. Like on the front lines, Russia takes the territory, but it doesn't mean that they are winning. In general, like in long-term perspective, it all depends on economy, long time support, like what Russia has, what kind of the resources they may use if they want to continue this war, or from the Ukrainian perspective, will our allies be able to support Ukraine in the long run? So this question is hard to answer. Hello from Oklahoma, greetings. The beach resort Russia has destroyed. Yeah. Because 2 tankers sank, and yeah, I saw the news. I filmed the video about it on the channel. Makes future exciting though. There are no winners in the war on the losses. No, Ozzy. There are winners. Like in the Second World War, it was the coalition which won the war. So you cannot say like that for every conflict. Yes, there were some of the like wars, like in Afghanistan, in Vietnam. Also, like there was the war for the war. Maybe Ukraine also will be something like that. The war for the war. Like especially from the Russian side. But I think that Ukraine will win. After all, Musk and Trump, one smells of Musk, the other doesn't. Elon is getting piped out by real McDaddy. Team Bobber, thank you so much for your support. When is your next live, Dennis? Where do you announce them? Usually we find them on live studio, but yeah, we might do it every day. Like maybe 1 hour to spend in the live stream. Why not? Every night. Like for you it could be a daytime, for me every night. Just, speaking with audience, reviewing the news could be. Worst heaviness. Yeah, I think so. Elon is NPC. Yeah, he's very strange. Like, he's very, very strange. And, you know, their, like, billionaire club is strange in general. Like, there were the news, like, it's the most billionaire elite now in the United States history. There have never been so many billionaires in Senate, in all of those officials posts than in Donald Trump's team. And they say that they represent ordinary people. Yeah, I believed. I'm going to live stream the Trump inauguration. If you want, I can. Why not? Like, I want to make regular live streams on the channel, maybe. Not those long live streams as today, probably, but yeah, I wanted to make it. It's totally daytime here in California. Awesome. You sleep in your studio, Dennis? Yeah. I have my bed here. Like, it's very close here. Single bed, and I sleep here. Because it's more convenient for me. Like, I sleep and then I get up with some, you know, I immediately go to work. I have this, for example, this notebook. I write some news here and, you know, ideas for the video. And I work. I don't know, you know, people say that the more experience you have, the easier for you it's to produce the content. In my case, it's absolutely opposite. Like, it's getting harder for me to produce the content. If you check out my videos, they went up for the time. So before I think I filmed like 8-minute videos. Now it's 20. I don't know why, but it's like that. Maybe I have to say more things, not just the news, blah blah blah. Like before, I was more brief. Maybe I should go back with more brief reviews of the news. 7 p.m. dark in Ohio. Okay. It's dark in Ohio. It's easier to produce content if you produce different stuff. Yeah, maybe. And you know, I actually like the advertisements on my channel because it makes me to think about something different. Like how, okay, today we're gonna advertise some of the extra. By the way, where's my wallet? Where is my freaking wallet? Did I lost it? Oh no, I have different jeans. That's why I cannot find it. So I go outside. I came out with some ideas. So yeah, don't give up. I'm okay. Greetings to Swiss, Elias. Nice to meet you. Hope you have enough time to enjoy flying and biking. No, I don't have enough time. Dennis, thank you so much again for your constant support. Dennis, curious question: why you bought mobilized, and where do you work and where do you live in Estonia? Why are you not mobilized? I think. I don't know. Maybe if I go to Ukraine, I will be mobilized. Like, it was my choice to leave the country. I don't want to go and die. That's very, very easy, you know. You may call me a traitor. Whom else? Deserter. But deserter, it's wrong actually. If you are in the army and you went from the army, you are deserter. Draft dodger, maybe. So, you know, if you didn't know the story, like at the very beginning of the war, actually, I went to the military branch, but they didn't take me by the time they had enough people. But later on, I decided to leave Ukraine and not to go to the army, even though no one called me. So yeah, that's it. After all I saw, there are many reasons why people do not go to Ukrainian army as volunteers any longer. I filmed the big video about it. I shared it on my Patreon page. Like the main reasons are basically the incompetence of Ukrainian command. You may see it on the front lines. Like, by the way, probably the new update, military map update, dropped. Let me check it out because I'm quite concerned. So, no, we don't have the new military map update. Like, just one day ago, there was the movement on the Russian side here. So, because of those cases, like in Makarivka, which happened, and also in this side, sorry, in Uspenivka, like, there was the encirclement of the Ukrainian army, and our guys had to go with significant fights from this area, significant losses. And because of this stuff, the general who is responsible for this entire Donetsk direction was removed from his position. But again, he will be sent to command to the different post. He is not persecuted, but he caused life losses, actually. Well, Russians did it, yes, we see, but the encirclement happens always because of the defense flows. So even for as I usually say, stupid YouTuber as for me, it is was understandable that Ukraine should withdraw the forces from Makarivka. It should withdraw the forces from Uspenivka well before. And I'm just a map reviewer, and the level of the incompetence of the Ukrainian generals just scares me. And it scares not just me, but those Ukrainian men who just now afraid to fight and lose their lives, not protecting their motherland, but because of the useless decisions, crazy decisions done by Ukrainian generals. Because after all, as we see, Ukrainian army is a Soviet army. Yeah, our partners say, hooray, Ukraine is has advanced army. Yeah, we have brave warriors, we have motivated, still motivated soldiers who are there from the very beginning, who actually fight not just against the Russian army, but against their own military command, who shared the truth in social media as well. And I also say about that on my channel, it's truth. So because of this incompetent Soviet Ukrainian command, many people wouldn't like to volunteer. And there are numerous other reasons, like, for example, as in Russia, Ukrainian officials doesn't want to pay if you lose your life. It's very hard to get the compensation for your family. So soldiers who fight there, they are not sure whether their loved ones will obtain enough money. And the money in general is not enough to compensate everything. So, for example, if I would go and die, what's the future for my daughter? What's the future for my wife? How they would live? Who would take care about them? No one. Government doesn't help. Government also doesn't help people who were forced to leave their homes. There is no program. Like the program, there was like, they paid like, how many? Like $40 per month, but even that was cancelled. And now Zelenskyy came out with stupid initiative to give everyone 1,000 hryvnias, which is 20 with something dollars. But the time then Ukrainian military needs support. Like, it's just useless. Like, some of the decisions of Ukrainian political and military command, it's beyond my understanding, and Ukraine will never win like that. There should be reforms, or everything will be very bad. Like, you cannot fight Russia with your Soviet army. The big Soviet army cannot be handled with a small Soviet army. That's why in my videos, like almost since from the very start of the war, I called for our allies to push Ukraine hard for reforms, to make those happen. Like, Biden's administration tried to deploy some of the inspectors, auditors to Ukrainian army. They tried to resolve this issue, like, but I think there should be some sort of the ultimatum for Ukraine to provide reforms, first of all, into its army. And also, politicians are corrupt. And organizations too. Like, politicians, many people call, why did I leave the country? Like, and politicians also call Ukrainian men, why do you sit in your homes, go and fight? But at the same time, they have their children in Monaco, like, also with conscription age. So they call people like completely strangers to fight, but their relatives are relaxing somewhere in Maldives, in Monaco. I'm saying as it is. So it's very strange attitude. Like, at the beginning of the war, people were like with this patriotic move, even me, like, okay, we're gonna go, we serve, blah blah blah, we're gonna fight. But after all, how can you lower that morale? This morale was actually destroyed by Ukrainian government. Like, now people struggle to find the difference between Russian regime and the Ukrainian one. I would say honestly. Because, like, the country is closed, there are no rights, people are sitting in homes, like, yeah. And there is very hard to find some freedom in press as well. There are some of the journalists, but they're given just limited platforms to speak. So for this reason, I'm very happy that I left the country. I'm free to speak now about everything, about Ukrainian officials. I don't care about my safety, which was a concern if I would stay in Ukraine. I hope, like, the country will be reformed, that all of those corrupt politicians will be kicked out. Just hope. But people estimated that at the very beginning of the war, the corruption would disappear, and the government will concentrate just on fighting the enemy. But it didn't happen. Like, there is still a corruption. Still, like, even the story with Pokrovsk, like, there was the video filmed, like, I think 4 months ago or something. Then Russians were far away from Pokrovsk. Like, there was our warrior who went to Pokrovsk, and he showed, like, the local municipality, the local government was planting the trees in the parks, flowers. Like, why should they spend those funds for that? Yeah, some people in the comments say, like, okay, this is the help from the European Union, which is spent for that stuff. But come on, is there any lever to spend those funds for digging the trenches? Like, yeah. There is one journalist, by the way, Butusov. Some people complain that he likes Poroshenko. I don't care really, but he says truth as it is. Like, the trenches were not built around the Pokrovsk, and he says the truth also because he visits the front lines. He speaks with soldiers. The same as Ternenko, by the way, our biggest volunteer, and he says the stuff that I've just said to you. But he's in Ukraine, and he recently got some of the clashes with Commander Syrsky, because Commander Syrsky wanted to conscript Sternenko to the army because he speaks actually truth, about the Ukrainian military command that needs reforms, but those reforms were not applied because Syrskyi is still an old dinosaur, Soviet dinosaur. I'm not accusing old people, just he has the Soviet mindset. And under Syrskyi, Ukraine will not win 100%. So Sternenko said about it, and he speaks also with the Ukrainian soldiers. And later on, there was the bullying from Ukrainian military of Sternenko, and they want to conscript the guy to the army. But come on, Sternenko provides the most drones to Ukrainian army, so it's like the own army is fighting against their own supplies. Well, later on, after Sternenko called in his social media about the stuff happening, he accused directly Syrskyi. I think there was the command from the president's office of Zelenskyy for Syrskyi to stop it. And there was the meeting between Sternenko and Syrskyi and some other volunteers. They like officially in peace now, but I'm not sure whether this peace may continue for a long time. So this rabbit hole is actually very, very deep, guys. I do not dig too much on my videos here, but yeah, if you dig this rabbit hole, you'll find so many schemes and so many dirty games. And it frustrates me because it's the time of the war, then Ukraine fights against the enemy. Yeah, I try to not to say about that stuff a lot in my videos, but I want you to know the truth after all. Yeah, I must say like, oh, he's spreading Russian propaganda, but no, I understand what is happening. Honestly, guess you where you need to be. Your ultimate disappointment in Ukraine, bro. I'm not disappointed in Ukraine. I'll never be. Oh, I like Ukraine. I like my country. I'm disappointed about the government. That's it, and the Ukrainian military command. Because I'm okay with Ukraine leaving territory and for now under this huge pressure from Russia. It's okay, but it should be done correctly, because recently we found out that many of the Ukrainian groups were encircled, and it started, I think, like 2 months ago. Then the Russians advanced quite fast near Pokrovsk. There were 2 of the cases with small encirclements. I thought, okay, there could be separate incidents, but now with 2 major encirclements, no, something is not right in defense. Slava Ukraini, Geroyam Slava. And yeah, I love my country. Just want you to understand. I just separate government and the country, and people who fight on the front lines and the government. Sometimes it's not the same, like, or as some of the media wants to present it for you. Then you're helping the people of your country by doing your best to report truthfully and accurately upon the state of both the war and Ukraine. Thank you, Pinto. Yeah, and that's why I also, but I cannot call myself, again, I'm saying that I cannot call myself as a patriot, because, okay, if I'm a patriot, if I'm wearing the Ukrainian flag all the time, like, I should go and fight, right? So I cannot call myself a patriot, because I'm here in a comfort environment speaking about the war. Yeah, I'm doing my part of the job and I help some of the people there, but like, if I'm true patriot, I should go and fight. Good to say, Dennis, I'm thinking, happy Ukraine. Yeah, people of the country and the government may not represent the same voice. Yeah, like, I think that half of the American population is not okay with Donald Trump. Maybe less than half for the election result, or maybe those people who didn't vote, they shocked about the results. So you may separate, right, Donald Trump and the Americans in some way. Like, he doesn't represent all of the Americans. The same as in Ukraine. Like, people are people and government is government, especially now because of the many things. The Ukrainian government is losing its trust a lot. Yeah. But no elections are possible because the war is going. Like, it could be only done remotely via electronic votes, but according to Ukrainian law, it's not yet allowed. But I would vote, yeah, if they would change the legislation. Like, we have DIA, which was hacked today or yesterday by Russian hackers. It was a great leak of the information. Like, Ukrainian officials say, oh, no, there was no leak. The same they said about the hacker attack on Kyivstar before. Then all of the phone numbers just leaked after all. We understood that. So the system, like, I was actually very cheerful. Like, you can use DIA. DIA is the application. You can pay for your taxes there. You can have all of your entire documents. And it's connected to many of the servers of the government, but those servers were hacked today. And the hack is so strong that it will take them at least 2 weeks to restore everything. Like, the data is lost. You cannot access it, all of your updates on DIA. The minus of having the digital version of your everything. Luckily, the banking system is working fine. A war with no strategy and just tactics is called never-ending war, which is what it is. Neither side is strategy success besides attrition. Yeah, Joe, I agree. But first of all, I think Putin's side, so Russian side, doesn't have a strategic goal in this war. Like, they think that they may occupy Ukraine using military power, but it's not possible. Like, even now with their advancement, as I've told you, with the current losses, they will have to... Oh, thanks for the gift, members, Jay. Yeah, 10 membership. Oh, it's crazy. Thank you. So Russian front lines, they would need many men, like millions of people, of army personnel to occupy Ukraine. So it's not possible, really. And even though Russia takes the ground, there is no sign that Ukraine may fall in the nearby future. I mean, resistance in general, and Russians may advance as they did in 2022. Ben Laban, do you think there will be a second Ukrainian offensive in the western Russia before January? Russians speak about it. Like, they are sure that Ukraine may collect in some of the forces to strike, but I would put that under the big question, because Ukraine has just limited forces now. So, Ben, I'm not sure. Well, Russians speak about it. That's what I can say. Kursk operation was really not expected, right? So maybe we should wait for something also not expected. But any sort of the operation like that, it should have the strategic goal. Like, Kursk operation also should have the strategic goal. But since the start of it, the strategic goal wasn't really explained by Ukraine. Because in those big operations, you always have losses. So you need to have the aim. You need to explain your people why this operation is conducted. Jay, thank you so much. Wow, it's crazy. 20 member gifts. So yeah, like, we have what we have. In World War II, one could argue that Alan Turing contributed more to the victory of Allies by breaking the Enigma code than a soldier in the front line. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Oh, by the way, recently I watched the video. It's called Das Boot, submarine. It's the German-made piece of art, cinema, like the movie. I think it was filmed in 1980 with something. And I think it's one of the best movies about the war in general, Das Boot. On Netflix it's available, but just on German. I watched it in original, in German. I don't understand German, but just some words, but in general it was, the idea of the movie is understandable. I think you can find it on other platforms too, so that's really the piece of art. Das Boot is 1981, 1982. Yeah, Das Boot is the music and the environment. Like, I don't know how director was capable to show this specific of this profession, let's say, of operating this closed, nasty, dirty environment of the boat, of the submarine. Oh. You almost feel, when you watch, you almost feel like this uncomfort, sweat, smell, this small space under the water. It's crazy. And it really shows the reality of war. Like, it's not about hooray, like in Russian propaganda, or sometimes we hear in the Ukrainian propaganda as well, that we are winning. No. The war is about the death, and that's it. Death, struggle, losses. So the Das Boot is about that. So it's the true war movie, and at the same time anti-war movie. Yeah, very realistic. Yeah, it's masterpiece. For that time it was wow. The sound of the engine room, yeah. They actually drop liters of cologne to the water while filming because of the nasty smell of set. I didn't know that. 3-hour uncut version of Das Boot was released on DVD. Oh, it's available on Netflix, like uncut version. 6 series, I think, 6 movies. But it's only German available, like German language on Netflix. And then, okay, they hit the convoy, the Allied convoy, but they were not like very cheerful. They saw like those sailors dropping on fire from those ships, and they've just been before hit by the bombs from the ship, and they understood that it may happen to them as well at any moment, and they were watching those, and they understood that it's their destiny. There's the chance for them to fall the same way. Like, they didn't see the enemy as the enemy, but as, I don't know, for their own projection. Das Boot is the best German with subtitles. I have it with English dub, and it spoils it. Yeah, and the actors are good. Captain, I forgot the name of the actor, of the captain. He knows English very well. He played, I think, in some of the American movies. If Moldova asked Ukraine to help remove the Russian occupiers, do you think Ukraine would do it? Hard to say, depends on Moldova mostly. I think Ukraine is capable to do it, with the forces even available in Ukrainian reserves. Because the group of the Russian army there in Transnistria is not more than 3,000, as they call peacekeepers, and there will be no local resistance. It's 100%. And also Russia is unable to provide supplies. But if Ukraine starts this operation, Russia may strike Ukraine from the other side. Let's say escalate with similar stuff as Oreshnik maybe, I don't know. Intensify the strikes on Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. One of the main actors became a popular singer in Germany. Gronia, okay. I'm from the Netherlands. I watch you all the time and I think you're doing great. Have the update for you about the status of Netherlands. We are going to prepare for war here. Yeah, Mr. Koda. Yes, you know, it's kind of concerning because there are some talks going in Germany, in Baltic countries, in Poland, that we are getting ready for war with Russia. Like, some of the households even received, I don't know in what countries, but some of the European countries received the papers. Be ready for war, be prepared. Like in case of the war started, here's the place for the bunker, whatever. Yeah, I haven't received that here yet, but I don't know. After all, I think that the war is possible with Russia. I mean, conventional war. Their army cannot regain control over Kursk now. They are struggling in Ukraine. So as far as there is the war in Ukraine, the Russian army is hands tightened. They cannot go with their forces in Europe. That's what I think. That's both, yeah. It's good movie. So I don't think that really the war is possible. Conventional war. If something starts, it will start maybe with some missiles. We had some be prepared paper in mail. This in Sweden, yeah. Be prepared. After all, I'm not that huge expert, so everything might happen. Like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, it's better to say, no one believed that Russia would start the war in Ukraine, and who would have thought that even North Korea will fight against Ukraine? No, even in worst dreams, people were not able to forecast that. NATO needs to get its shit together and support Ukraine. Yeah, actually, it's getting shifted towards that. From what I understood, under the pressure from Biden's administration and some of the Western countries, NATO is going to take more responsibility for supporting Ukraine with military. So I think it's because of the uncertainty of the policy of the future White House administration that everything is shifting towards that. It's better to bring Ukraine into the European Union. During the war, it's not possible because there is no principal laws acting in Ukraine right now. Ukraine turned into not free state in this war. Like, many of the rights were cancelled. You cannot be the part of the membership of the European Union without those rights followed, right? After the war, I think yes. It is better to bring Ukraine to you, yeah. Afterwards, I think if people support that, it's better. And there are some of the countries like Poland, which doesn't want Ukraine to be in European Union, because European Union is first of all an economical alliance, and Poland produces the grains, Ukraine produces the grains, but Ukraine grains are way cheaper, so Ukraine may overwhelmingly take the market, and Polish side will suffer with that, struggle to conquer that, so they don't like that to happen. So there could be some of them. Opposition. Also, maybe Orban and Fico will be against it. Like Orban officially stated that he will support Ukrainian membership after all. Mark Rutte is liar. From Netherlands too, thing is work a lot in military terrains. What I see, they are trying to get back the obligatory military service, but they're just reacting to the German and Swedish acting. Oh, I see. Yeah. I want Ukraine in the European Union and NATO only. Yeah, I think NATO is must have. European Union depends. As for me. But if people support that, it will go. What do you think of the European Union, Dennis? From one side it's good, from another it's not good. Like interconnected markets, but you will be dependent on general policy of the European Parliament. So one side is good, the other is not good. The bad thing that European Union doesn't have the army. If it has all of the signs of the real federal government, let's say, like in the United States. Parliament, legislation, common currency in many of the states of the countries, but no army. It's the big downside. But obviously open markets is better. I don't know. Why did Brits voted to exit European Union? Maybe they know more, I don't know. You can be terrible if you fail to get a strong economy. Yeah, like Greece. But they have lots of the credits from the European Union to support their economy, but they struggle still. Yeah, no army yet. Yeah, it's a big downside that it has no army. There is also a possibility that during the ceasefire the soldiers will be required to return to their homes, but because they died, they will not. And this could cause a revolution in Russia. Yeah, actually the ceasefire, from one side it's profitable for Russia. From the other side it's not, because definitely those soldiers will have to return back. The Russian military industrial complex will probably stop its operation. There will be not such big salaries for the Russian forces, so people might think that could be betrayed by its country, and there could be the wave of violence in Russia. And who knows how those armed people could be used. By what forces? One more Prigozhin? Prigo. In the United Kingdom and other countries need also new influence of new generation, so that choices can be made with fresh view. Huge Russian involvement in Brexit anyway, and it was tied, so almost 50-50. Yeah, Andrea, I remember. 50-50. But I don't think that Russia was involved in there. Cyprus is doggy, full of Russian money, laundry machine. I don't know. Could be. Ukraine's defense minister is in Sweden. Oh, I don't know. Nice. I want to check the news of what is happening around the world. around the world. One more strike on Ukraine. Russia uses drones. Fico, Zelenskyy proposed me €500 million if I agree on the Ukrainian entrance to NATO. Fico said that Slovakia will lose $500 million a year after the end of the Russian gas supplies. And Ukraine said, by the way, that it will not continue the transit of the Russian gas. Ukrainian president asked me if I would vote for the NATO membership of Ukraine if he gives me €500 million from the Russian actives. I said never. So we have some of the stories from Fico. Untold stories. Oh, there's soon it's gonna be a boxing match between Fury and Usyk. I need to find the time. Like, Fury is almost 25 kilos heavier than Usyk. Usyk, Fury fight. When? Time. Usyk versus Fury start to get underway at 11 p.m. GMT. Today? And where the match will be? Okay. I don't know how to watch this match. Usyk, Fury. In the European Union, countries are supported to help other European countries if they are attacked, much like NATO. No. The European Union is just a commercial alliance. It doesn't have its own army, so NATO is NATO, European Union is European Union. Like, for example, Austria. It's the part of the European Union, but it's not the part of NATO. Switzerland, it's not European Union and not NATO. Dennis, can you tell me more about the attack on Kyiv yesterday? It happened this morning, the last morning, like in the central part. There was also attack on my home city, like not my motherland home city, but the place where I used to be in Borispol. I can tell you more than I already said in my video. What I also heard that there was one more strike in Shevchenko district. What was hit, I don't know, but it hasn't been told in media. Just some of the local bloggers filmed and showed it on TikTok. But media didn't tell about it. Oh yeah, many embassies were hit. Like, not directly, but there was damage done to them because one of the missiles hit the central part. The place where I used to walk, actually, nice place. A business district and also historical, all in one. If Austria attacked, then Sweden will have to help. You're wrong, Dennis. Well, maybe they have the common unity. Why I'm wrong? The European Union is European Union. If Europe, it's the commercial alliance. Cesar Minot, thank you for your awesome support. So NATO is NATO. NATO is the security alliance. Europe is it will not protect you like European Union, because it doesn't have the army. But if you have like some of the treaty, for example, between two countries, like, okay, I'll help you in case you'll be hit, but it's not the part of the European Union agreement, no. There's the cafe near the cathedral that I like. I saw the pic of covered with debris. Yeah, the cafe near cathedral was destroyed. I saw the owner. In one of the videos, he complained about Russian strikes. And he lost his business. As for now, it's been reported that one person, not sure if it's man or woman, lost his or her life. Yes, the European Union is a trade alliance, yeah. Dennis, you're wrong. It's called a Lisbon Treaty. Google it. Okay. Lisbon Treaty. Okay. Can I even show you? Okay. Treaty of Lisbon. Lisbon amended Treaty European Union. Treaty established European Union. Entry to force. Establishing European Community name. Okay, accept cookies. Find army. No army found. Maybe the document is not that big. Like I need to click the links here. Maybe military. Okay, boom. Just one military. The Common Security Defense Policy 5.12, the Treaty of Lisbon introduced a mutual defense clause which provides all the member states are obligated to provide help to a member state under attack. Wow. The solidarity clause provides the Union to each of its member states have to provide assistance by all possible means to a member state affected by a human or natural catastrophe or by terrorist attack. A permanent structured cooperation is open to all member states that commit themselves taking part in the European military equipment programs and to providing combat units that were available to immediate action. To establish such cooperation, it's necessary to obtain qualified majority. To establish such cooperation, it is necessary to obtain qualified majority council after consultation. So at first there will be it's like not immediate help, but to establish such cooperation there will be consultation at first. Common Security Defense Policy. It's the legal part, Common Foreign Security Policy. Treaty of Lisbon, 2009. Involved significantly, both politically and institutionally. Wonder if there is something about like 5th article, like in NATO. so far I didn't see it. Like, okay, because I will read about it because it's interesting for me. We can like copy that and just a moment. I'll ask ChatGPT. I just sent this document to ChatGPT. It's very smart. It helps to analyze everything and it will tell us the answer. Hello. Oh no. We're gonna start the new chat. Hello, chat.
Hello. How's it going?
Yeah, good. I've just sent the document to you.
Great. Let me know if you need help with anything specific in the document.
Yeah, can you please tell me, based on that agreement, is it the common defense policy, so-called Lisbon Treaty, is it the same as, like, can you find there as something specific as the, for example, NATO Defense Article 5, like, for example, if some country is attacked by, of the European Union is attacked by, for example, Russia, should the other countries comply with defense or organize the defense and protect their country, the European member country? Yeah, I'm not good in English.
Yes, the Lisbon Treaty includes a mutual defense clause, Article 42.7, which states that if an EU member state is attacked, other member states are obliged to assist and aid by all means in their power. This is somewhat similar to NATO's Article 5, but the nature of the obligations and the scope can be different. While NATO's Article 5 is a collective defense commitment specifically for military assistance, the EU's clause also considers broader forms of aid. However, the EU relies more on the member states' willingness to cooperate and assist in different ways.
So it's not like necessary direct involvement of any sort of the army. They may help in some other way.
Exactly. The Lisbon Treaty's Mutual Defense Clause doesn't mandate the specific type of military response. Assistance can take various forms, including political, economic, or humanitarian support. It depends on what each member state is willing and able to provide.
So basically, it all up to the particular states whether they want to help or not.
Yes, it's ultimately up to each member state to decide how they'll respond and what kind of support they'll provide. The EU framework encourages solidarity, but the specific actions are left to the discretion of each country.
But in the NATO Article 5, it's like obligatory, yeah, to support.
Yes, under NATO's Article 5, there's a collective defense commitment that obligates all members to come to the aid of an ally under attack. This typically means military support, although the exact nature of the response can vary. It's a more binding commitment compared to the EU's clause.
So that's why Sweden and Finland joined NATO after all.
Exactly. By joining NATO, Sweden and Finland gain the assurance of collective defense under Article 5, which provides a stronger security guarantee against potential threats.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So, you understand, yeah, the difference. I just sent this article to ChatGPT and here we go. Like, it could be like for Ukraine, you know, supplying military equipment or saying, take care, everything of that depends on particular state policy. Like, that's it. So it's not a robust military alliance. They have lots of the letters in the document, but after all, somehow Sweden and Finland joined NATO. The reason is known, yeah? So it's nothing really, this Lisbon Agreement. It's good to have the ChatGPT, because I would spend like an hour analyzing all of this stuff. Each member state is committed to consider, yeah, you say to consider an armed attack on member state, to be an attack on a member. Consider, here you heard it. Just open the document and read. You may find it on yourself. Like, why would countries join NATO? So, Lisbon Agreement is like it all depends on particular state policy, whether they want to secure their partner or not. Why would we have NATO, right? Dennis, I notice you have a gap in your frontiers. Greetings that apparently found in... Yeah, I have it. Like Usyk. Maybe Usyk has a larger gap, but it's fine. I'm not the model or something. What's the best way to cancel Putin? I don't know. He will be cancelled, but I don't think that Putin is the end of Putin is really the answer to the main issue. Russia needs to be reformed. Ukraine needs hundreds of thousands of new recruits to relieve the soldiers at the front. Otherwise, the front line faces a risk of completely breaking the next 12 months. Stefan, maybe, yeah. There are some talks to conscript youngsters, but it's the end of Ukraine. Will be. If they want to conscript 18 years old boys. I think that with the end of Putin, it will not be like the end of the war. It could be with other Russian leader. There is the FSB elite, it controls the entire system, so the death of Putin will not resolve the main question of Russia. Russia is just a state. Throughout its history it was the same. With dictators, they had a chance after the Soviet Union collapsed, but even with Yeltsin they attacked Chechnya, so Russia should be reformed. Like Zelenskyy was wearing a t-shirt which says makes Russia small again. Well, here I agree with Zelenskyy. Russia should be small. All the colonies, modern day colonies of Russia, like Tatarstan, Bashkortostan and other, Chechnya, so Ichkeria, should be liberated. Otherwise we'll see the same imperialistic bullshit again and again. Aggressive state with nuclear weapons. So Russia should be reformed. And I think it's imminent process, like it will collapse. It is just a matter of time. China will be accepted into NATO if they send more scooters to for Ukraine. Yeah, actually Putin wanted to be accepted to NATO, but at some point at the beginning of his career. Maybe he just played with his words. If you're in front of cash and it isn't your war. Putin can't put one man NATO against Putin. If Ukraine surrendered and became a part of Russia, Ukrainians who lost loved ones, most Russians who fled war, and Russian veterans would all be in the same country. Government would last 3 days. I do not agree. Like, you may not know, but there was a pure hatred between Chechens and Russians before. And actually there is, especially from those Chechens who left Russia. But Russia was able to conquer Chechnya, and they see Ukraine as the big Chechnya. So Putin thinks that he might conquer Ukraine and establish his own government, or, I don't know, annex Ukraine. So no one would think in 1994, during the first Chechen war, that there could be some peace possible between Chechens and Russians. But now Chechens even fight for Russia. They are wearing Russian flags. You may say impossible, but yeah, it's really like that. So history shows us that those cases are possible. Concerning, yes. Hello, love you, studio. My husband says it's a man cave. He likes it. And Zero on Space, does your wife like it? Love from England. My wife doesn't like Grisha, so I ordered a different image. He said, you have a respected public who don't play fool. Get rid of Grisha. I say, I love Grisha. She said, no. So I'll use Grisha for my other channel, for gaming or something, or for the news about the stuff, but I'm gonna change the image because my wife said that I should change it. I already ordered a different one. Probably you'll like it more. Then how many F-16 planes does Ukraine have now? Around 24, something like that. I'm a proud member of Dennis Deska Brigade. So green. Vidi, thank you. I'm sure that there is roles behind the Ukraine front lines. I know. Sorry for the things happening, but you still have your life and your family. The situation is awful, but it could always be worse. Chris, thank you. Yeah, for me, the situation is okay. Like, I have some mental problems, but it's okay. Like, everybody has that, I guess. I watched Street interview in Russia by Daniel. One guy said that Putin is not Russian. I think he is. Then let's go to sleep. I look tired. I always look tired. I feel that Anna would be more deadly at the front than Dennis. She's pretty fierce. Maybe. She's a nice lady. Being that thing in the door behind you, somebody is going to walk, and then you... I have a lock here, I close the door. Then jets from France arrive at the beginning of 2025. Well, if they say at the beginning, I guess summertime will be. Because with F-16s, you know, yeah, what happened. The delay was almost for 6 months. Anna from Ukraine. It's the name of her channel. She has a good English, like compared to me, I think. I joined Canadian Armed Forces to gain some... going through basic training now. I'm a bit confused, a bit on Christmas leave right now. Okay, great. Heard the news that Arthur Rehi, probably you know his channel, he came out with a video today. I accidentally got it in the recommendations. I decided to watch it. He said again that he is leaving YouTube for a couple of weeks. He had a very long gap, I think for 1 month. He went on a honeymoon with his fiancée or new wife, like wife in general. And then I monitor his channel and some people unsubscribe. So for every YouTuber, it's crazy. But he's not afraid to take those gaps, you know. Interesting. I would be afraid. Even though in the recent couple of months, I guess I missed many days publishing videos. And I always feel uncomfortable that I miss those. But I don't know. I just get tired very fast. I don't know. Sometimes, okay, I want to sleep. Okay, I'll film the video and I'll sleep like 30 minutes and I'll film the video. But then I wake up in the morning. So Arthur is kind of risky guy as for his channel, because, you know, in a way we have the competition for your attention. Like it's everywhere. Like some people watched me before. They now watch different YouTubers. Some YouTubers watch, I know, Jake Bro, then they watch me, start to watch me, or others. But in general, like the interest for Ukrainian topic dropped a lot for the last 3 years. Still wonder how I get roughly 300,000 views, sometimes more per video. It's crazy. I like Arthur, yeah. I think Arthur is too much positive about the things happening. I think I'm getting more, let's say, disappointed and telling you about the stuff as I think it really is. Yeah, not as I think it really is, but as it really is, because we have the proofs for that. Like, I never screamed like, ooh, hooray, we're fighting with Schmobiks, but yeah, now the current situation is not really great. I just want to tell you how much I appreciate your reporting. Yeah, thank you, Helmer. That's like Jake Bro, yeah, he's nice. In some aspects, I don't agree with him, but in general, he reports quite well. And then you're realistic. Yeah, I think so. Will civilians be treated well in captured land? It's actually painful for me to say, but some of the Ukrainians who left, for example, Melitopol or Tokmak, Mariupol, they're coming back. So they left, they evacuated from those cities, and now they're going back to the Russian occupied cities. Crazy. And those are not my words. I'll try to Google. Yeah, here you go. You can probably see it. We have it, even the article from Kyiv Independent. 1,500 Ukrainians who evacuated from the occupied regions before because of the war. They have returned to occupied regions. Members of parliament says. Like there was also an interview with and do we have it on the ground news? Yeah, Ukrainian officials, 1,000. Yeah, you can translate it to English. Ukrainian refugees have returned to Russian-occupied lands. Imagine this number, 150,000. Why they're returning there to destroyed cities under the Russian regime? I don't call them traitors as Ukrainian, some of the Ukrainian politicians did. No, people just searching for the life, for the stable life. In Ukraine, they couldn't find it because, as I told you, Ukraine doesn't have good programs for its own refugees. You simply don't have, you have to rely on volunteers, that's it. But there is not enough help for everyone from volunteers. You may say go to Europe, but in Europe, well, first of all, men cannot leave the country. And how they return back, I also don't know, across the front lines or via Russia, I don't know. Because after all, I think you should cross the country border to go to Sheremetyevo. That's the only place for Ukrainians if they want to go to Russia. Then you have the filtration. Basically, I would be jailed there if I would like to go to Russia. But I would not like to. So they're returning back to their destroyed homes. They're searching for protection. In Europe, probably it's complicated for them. They don't know language. The programs also for the refugee supports in many of the countries, they start to close. So they're basically searching for, the life. So what they do, they go back to their land, the place where they were raised before, and it's a sad picture actually. But it's truth, like. I can also tell about this on my channel, like. I bet that no Ukrainian YouTuber or pro-Ukrainian YouTuber tells about that stuff, but it's a reality. I tell about it, as you can see. Russia will conscript them. As far as I know, in some of the regions, there is the ban to conscript those who live there for some time. So no, they're not conscripted. Actually, on TikTok, locals film the videos how they live there in Melitopol and Mariupol. And there is no TCK, so special conscription services as in Ukraine. They're trying to find people, forcibly conscript them to the army. So no, in those regions it's not like that. And in Russia in general it's not like that because they still have volunteers. I'm not saying that this is not possible in Russia. No, it will be like that if Russia will struggle with army men as Ukraine right now. They will forcibly conscript everyone, but for now, no. So actually in Russia, if you are man in Russia, you can leave Russia and you'll not be forcibly conscripted to the army at this stage. But what will be in the future, I think maybe the same as in Ukraine. Can you interview Dmytro Antonov sometime? Yeah, I think I can. I know his number. We spoke with him and we filmed the common video. By the way, it's available on my pilot blog channel. Then we went to Mriya aircraft. I was a lucky one to see that airplane before it was destroyed. What will you do on YouTube then the war is over? At first I wanted to travel, to film some sort of the travel blog. But now I think mostly, I don't know how it will go because there are too many travel vloggers. So maybe I will concentrate on some of the studio content. I like Charlie from Penguin Zero. So maybe reviewing the news is my style after all. So maybe I'll do the same stuff as he does on his channel. He reviews interesting news happening for the last time, some of the storytelling streams. Yeah, maybe like that. I like that. So travel content may not work for me, especially in the countries which more or less support Russia, right? If Gordon wants to interview you, would you do it? He wouldn't invite me, but I would go there, even though I don't like Gordon. But for the interview, I would agree. I may say to him in his eyes, like, I don't like you. But, yeah, I'm such a small, tiny person, so he will not invite me. So what did the past with the motorcycle videos, maybe planes? Yeah, I have the pilot blog about the planes. If it's true, 1 million Ukraine dead. No, it's not true. Many places to visit in Ukraine post-war during reconstruction. Yeah, and some places could be even dangerous to visit because of the mines. Ukraine is the most mined country. I was stupid enough to ride my enduro motorcycle through the forest. Then Russians like, okay, I ride my enduro motorcycle through the forest. It happened like 2 years ago in autumn time in Borispol, right after Russians left area. Like we were living some time in with the relatives of my wife. Then we moved to Cherkasy. Then we came back to Borispol, and I ride my motorcycle, through the forest. And then I opened the map, the deep state military map where I ride, and I found out I was riding at the place where the fights were. Okay, I'm so stupid, to ride my motorcycle there. So actually, you cannot do it, honestly. I was, what the heck? Where did I go so far? I was like traveling. I like this small field roads, forest ways, trails. And I found myself far away from home, and I opened the map. Okay, I'm really far away. I didn't follow any navigation, but then I opened the deep state map. Wow. Are 50,000 civilians missing only in Mariupol? Is that true? We have different figures. Some say up to 100,000, not 150, no. I will ask my friend Timur next time, okay? Because I heard many of the numbers. So he's from Mariupol, he knows. Endure is the best, yeah, but not on a minefield. So yeah, losses for Ukrainian civilians could be the same as for Ukrainian army even, because Russians, especially in Mariupol. Airplanes are made of metal and motorcycles are dangerous. Yeah, risk is always interesting. Calculated risk. Do you think that Ukraine will attack Belgrade? Russians said about it. I haven't heard this information from Ukrainian channels. Travel to Los Angeles to have some tacos and burritos. Yeah. Merry Christmas, Dennis. Merry Christmas. Christmas very soon. What was my most popular stream? I guess then who was flying there? Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi was flying to Taiwan. I think we got 30,000 live people watching that event. 30,000. Like they were following the start. They thought that they were following the start of the Third World War. Then it's, will Donald Trump implement a ceasefire in January? No, I don't believe that. Like, it would be a miracle. I don't think that ceasefire is really possible in the nearby years. Well, the next year, 100%, as for me. Like, I don't see that Russia is willing to stop the war. They're playing the very big dirt game. They want to accuse Ukraine for not agreeing for the ceasefire. Yeah, and they're doing this with Orban, maybe also with Fico. He'll enter the game soon, so they want to show Donald Trump that Ukraine is not negotiable, that it's against peace. So Donald Trump push Ukraine, not Russia. Press them, do not allow them to have your weapons. The threat to the world is the only Putler. It's not only Putler, it's also Trump. He has been referring to Canada as the 51st state. Yeah, Rod, I agree that this rhetoric is like rhetorics from some sort of the bully, not from the politician. So in good old times, it's hard to imagine that rhetorics from politicians. There was the respect and so on, but now there is gangster talk elsewhere. They don't care what they say. And people are okay with it, it seems like. So in a way, Trump has the similar mindset as Putin, whether you like it or not. But I think that those are two both narcissistic and in a way psychopath. Yeah, Putin is obviously more psycho compared to Trump, but I don't know if Trump had the same power in the United States as Putin has in Russia. What would Trump do? And I don't know what I would do. No, I would not be as Trump. But it's very hard, to beat Donald Trump and to judge him, not being in his place and being drunk by this enormous power. Because now Donald Trump feels that he's needed. Everyone wants to bend their knees in front of him. Even his previous enemies. I heard that big political reviews from the CBS channel, they also bow before Trump and say that they'll support his policy, whatever it is. So, yeah, all of the world leaders want to talk to him now. And I think that he feels himself as the new Tsar of the United States. Yeah, kind of the interesting personality. But I think that majority of the people would also be blinded or drunk by this enormous power. Because, yeah, he's now the president of the biggest, economy in the world. And also from his position, the attitude towards Putin may change because, as he says on his tweets, Putin is weak. And why would Tsar of the United States speak with some Putin in Russia? He is weak. He has losses in Ukraine. He lost Syria. Who is he? So in a way, it could be even good. We'll see. I think that, but the problem that Putin thinks the same, he looks the same. He is also blinded by his own circle, which kisses his ass all the time and say how good he is. So those two are similar with the character. Putin is weak, yeah. And Trump sees that he is weak. And Trump sees that he is a Tsar of America. So why would Tsar of America speak with no one? With a weak person? Interesting, yeah? Theory. I wonder what Trump wrote. Let me check. I think that his account on Twitter was restored. Trump, Donald Trump. No, I think it was his post on. He came out with a book like this. I think I saw that he wrote like everyone wants to visit me, or everyone now wants to speak with me. So he feels like this huge attention, and obviously it's very hard for any sort of the person not to get into this self, like this star trap. It could be a trap, like if you have that much attention that you think that everything depends on you. Okay, Trump now started to sell the book with iconic photo. What is this? He tweets. It's his account. Real Donald Trump, I guess. The greatest. No, he didn't tweet the year. Nothing really. Trump. Maybe there are some of the tweets of him. And nothing really interesting here happening. Oh yeah, the news that Trump breaking Financial Times report. Trump has told his European partners that USA will continue sending military aid to Ukraine. Those are the breaking news yesterday. But will also demand that all NATO states increase their military spending to 5%. Only Poland is close to target today, spending 4.7. United States spends 3.5 by the time. But you know, GDP of the United States is just uncomparable to Polish or any sort of the other country. So even though United States spent just 3.5, it's still a huge military. So yeah, I couldn't find that post for now. Who would edit the Bible? Trump. Trump only cares about two things, his money and himself. Well, I think at this stage he doesn't really care about money. Like, would he care about money when you're 80 years old? I don't think so. Like, your children, your grandchildren are also well and will be well, and for generations ahead. So I think that, you know, power is the greatest drug out there. You cannot even compare it with any sort of the drug. So it's just blinding people. The power is the heaviest drug there in life. That's why if you have it for a while, you'll try to get it again, no matter what. And now Donald Trump is enjoying himself, being in power again. And guys, I'm telling you that we don't know how would you or me behave there, being on the place of Donald Trump. Like money, like in my case, I don't think that, well, maybe, I don't know. It's hard to judge because money and power, they change people. Unlike rich people in power, they can't be bribed. But they have their own goals. Like, for example, Elon Musk, he wants to use the government levers. It's like corruption. It's like oligarchy in Russia. So you follow your own. You cannot be bribed, but you're a briber yourself. And you also may have resource budget, basically, of the country, taxpayers' money to spend for your own projects, to lobby your projects, to force community of Congress and Senate to vote for useless stuff. But it will bring money for you. So you don't really need to obtain bribes. You're a briber yourself. Yeah, Trump is intoxicated on himself. I think so, yeah. I also think that he has like too much attention. Like he's narcissistic, it's 100%, and he just loves the current attention. He thinks that he won this life. So back in power, tremendous success, and he is just intoxicated with this huge attention. But yeah, as I've told you, there could be also a good sign that he wouldn't like to speak with weak Putin. And there are the signs that Trump think that Putin is weak. Why would Tsar speak with no one? Who is Elon faithful to, China or America? I think that Elon faithful to no one but himself, and he wants to create the alternate reality, a digital ghetto for everyone. That's the goal of billionaires. They want your money to expire. They want total control. They want dystopia to appear. Like, yeah, the one you see in Cyberpunk and Blade Runner, that's the future which Elon likes, that we may expect under his ruling. Great technocrat, but not good for society at all. A robot future, let's say, where emotions and character doesn't matter. What matters? Money and technologies. This technical dystopia. That's what we're gonna wait if Elon Musk takes more power. There were even some rumors that he wants to replace Mike Johnson and become a Speaker of Congress. But we'll see how it goes. Ukrainian people like Trump by a lot. Some like, some not. Like, I don't know. There was no like real voting for Trump or against Trump. Like people, some Ukrainians definitely like Trump because they were tired of the just limited support of the previous Biden administration. They understood that it is the way to nowhere. With Trump, at least there is some sort of the solution, could be, they think, but I think that there will be no solution under Trump as well. Putin reminds me of Stalin, but Stalin is for Putin's far to go for Stalin. Stalin is the craziest dictator in the human history, and because of the famine which Stalin introduced in Ukraine, millions of Ukrainians died. So for Putin, if he really sees himself as a Ukrainian enemy, it's way to go to reach Stalin's figures, because Stalin's killed Ukrainians like by millions. It's crazy what happened there. Trump leaves NATO. Trump threatens to cut support, which may weaken the European Union. I don't think that the United States will leave NATO now. It will never happen. Elon Musk is the worst recent political surprise. Someone who is very, very irresponsible with his own words. I agree. I think that Elon Musk is in lack of... people say that Zuckerberg is like some not human looking like, but I think Elon is more like that. The American government nearly shut down today. The Department of the Government Efficiency needs to intervene soon. Okay. Khrushchev not much better. I think Stalin was worse than Khrushchev. Dennis, can you tell the percentage by which Trump won the popular vote, please? Boom, boom, boom. Just a moment. Hi again. Can you please tell me the percentage by which Trump won the popular vote in 2024 elections? So how many percent of people voted in his favor? Tell me.
The 2024, I'm not sure about the exact percentage by which Trump won the popular vote in 2024. Would you like more information on recent election trends?
Yeah, probably you don't have the data of 2024. Please check out the news sources.
I'm not able to check the news right now. If you need the most current information, I recommend checking a reliable news source for the latest updates.
Yeah, it has sometimes problems with accessing the internet. But he won, so yeah. More votes. Well, actually, Trump got similar amount of the votes from what I remember as in his last elections with Joe Biden, but the votes for Kamala were much lower than the votes for Joe Biden. Please don't trust artificial intelligence. It's just a program. No, it's not a program. It's partially it is a program, but it's located in a service. The program is this interface, and I don't like it. The ChatGPT interface. The ChatGPT as itself is kind of powerful, but the interaction is not that great through this application. But I don't trust artificial intelligence, but I use it in my daily life a lot. I found myself using it for writing letters, for translating the text, for making the text. For whatever reason, it's always useful. Yeah, so it's the good tool. You still need to cross-check it in many of the cases, but after all, especially for translation purposes, it is awesome. Much better than Google Standard Translate. Also, you may talk with it about, I don't know, about anything. It could be a psychiatrist. psychotherapist. Like if you have something in mind, you may ask, you may check the data, blah blah blah. Nice. It's a good feature. I think it will evolve and it will replace lots of the stuff we have. They've been here since the very beginning. Anyway, thank you. What do you think of Xi Jinping? Just one more dictator. Very dependent on the United States. That's why he is very limited in his, let's say, bad actions. Trump didn't hate electric cars. He just thinks you can not only have electric cars. Yeah, electricity has like electric vehicles have the problems with batteries. That's it. Other than that, they are much better than piston engine cars or benzene diesel cars, because basically you have less maintenance. So if there was the faster charging battery with a high consumption, very low, very light, let's say, low weight, it could be a game changer. But with the current batteries, no. I wouldn't buy an electric car with a heavy bulky battery that requires me 2 days to charge it. No. Dennis, what country do you live in right now? One of the European countries. Do you believe that this madness will end soon? Can Trump actually negotiate with Putin? They are both I don't want Ukraine to be robbed on their sovereignty, respect to Ukraine all. And Jonathan, I don't think that negotiations are possible at this stage. And in the coming year, 100% there will be no negotiations. I drive trucks. I can volunteer to drive in UA. Wow. Can I volunteer? I think you can, but why? Do you want to deliver something? I don't know. We have trucks going there and here. I think there is no problem with delivering some of the goods. Bill Gates is everyone's life and your personal business. That isn't conspiracy theory. I have Kia 277 miles gasoline all the way. Yeah. Aaron. Kia used to be reliable. I don't know about now. I heard Japanese cars are now most reliable on the market. I like personally German cars. Audi. Yeah, Mercedes. Mercedes is not as much as Audi. BMW is also nice. My first Western made car was Opel, also German made, and by the time I bought it, it was already owned by GM, American company, but still it's made in Germany. And the engine was the same as they put on Chevrolet Cruze, I think. But it was really reliable. I think I got the same mileage as you have on your car. And it was nice, reliable. Recently I scrapped it because I got, after all, the failure with the engine, and here it was hard to get the spare part. And I decided, the car is very old, we're gonna scrap it. That's it. The end of the car. I have just the papers for it and number plate. That's it. I drive Mercedes the best. Yeah, they're quite comfortable, but I don't like new Mercedes from inside. I think kind of the bulky front part here. But in general, Mercedes is good. Tesla fires and Cybertruck collisions. I haven't never drawn Tesla, but I think that it's kind of big. It's kind of the bestseller car, I think, especially in the United States and China. I think we had a report about it. Pardon if I'm wrong. Yeah, the news about Tesla. I heard the news about the capitalization of the company of Tesla. It surpasses $1 trillion or $1.2 trillion. So it's absolutely crazy. People just invest their money in Tesla. Like the production of the factories and everything worse, like equipment, all of their cars, all of their facilities, it doesn't worth that money. So it's like artificially created bubble. And Elon Musk is quite okay with that. Tesla super fun to drive. Yeah, the acceleration is good, I think. Electric trucks are heavier than internal combustion trucks. Agree. So yeah, Tesla is like overhyped, and the hype continues. I think if it wasn't hoax, I think for the next year they plan to produce first smartphone. So we'll see. Saab V4. Yeah, I wonder why Saab stopped producing cars, because they're quite good, unique, but still people drive them. Dennis, if it's true that there are about 4 million Ukrainians living 4 million Ukrainians live in Europe, yeah, something like that, maybe even more, like 1 point something million in Germany alone. In a country where I'm now, there are 60,000 roughly. In United States, I don't know. I drive V8. Dennis, would you ever drive electric motorcycle? No. Maybe I would try, but there is no motorcycle with enough range for me. I mean, electrical one. I need at least 500 kilometers, so roughly 350 miles without refueling. Yeah, I think some people here even say that more than 10 million Ukrainians are now in Europe. Also could be. I think close to 8. But I don't know. The real number is unknown. Do you effectively, firmly believe Ukraine can win this war, military or diplomatic? And if so, why? Military, I don't believe. Diplomatically, I also don't believe. But I believe that Ukraine may win this war. Strange, yeah? I've told you in many of my videos that when Russia collapses, it will happen automatically. Like the victory will happen automatically. It's the only way for Ukraine. So military, Ukraine doesn't have any chance against the Russian army liberating Donbass and Crimea. Zelenskyy said about it also. Diplomatically, you cannot negotiate with Russia because any sort of the negotiations worth nothing for the Russian side. You cannot win in this way. The only way is to crush Russia. And it only might be crushed with internal crisis. So for Ukraine, it's like long way, fortunately. And so Russia may crush under the sanctions. There could be a second Prigozhin, which will be more effective and will go take power in Moscow. Russia will start to collapse, and it will happen like this, like it happened in Syria, like it happened in Romania with Ceausescu, who was like greeting people on a square, and people start to shout at him, and he, in a few days, he hang out with his wife, hanged. So the same might happen like with Putin any day. It's the destiny of every dictator. So people in Russia will live more worse until there is some leader which will lead them. Not all of the Russians are necessary to lead, like a few thousand is okay. Every revolution in Russia wasn't massively supported at all at the very beginning, including the great revolution of 1917, a Red Revolution. Even that was not supported from the beginning, like few thousand people went there. But later, it sparked tremendous moves. And there were many revolutions in Russia throughout its history, many of the collapses. It's like, this old school empire that collapses every time and still somehow it scrolls and I'm great Russia, I'm still great Russia. Like, the centuries of those colonies, of those empires, those are over already, and Russia still wasn't able to transform. But it will be transformed. Will be. Like, United Kingdom, it was a great, it's a great country still, but it had many of the colonies. But now it's a small country, but still people live there okay. We live in a post-colony period, but Russia still lives in its past. And the colonies of Russia are, as I've told you, Tatarstan, Chechnya, Chita, all of those republics inside. Many of the republics, many regions, Siberia, everything of that will go away from Russia. And Russia will be small, Moscow and nearby. That's the way for development for Russia, 100%. And that's how Ukraine will get its territories back. Yeah, Georgia as well, yeah. It will get its territories back. Mr. Gremlin American, thank you so much. Only Europe can help Ukraine. I don't agree. Like, not just America, but also Europe. Everyone, like the democratic world. America is having a schizophrenic episode. Yeah, Moldova, Chechnya, everything of that will be liberated automatically, like it happened with the Soviet Union. All of the republics got independence. Chechnya also tried to take this wave, but Russia didn't agree. I would say that Europe is enough to help Ukraine. I know. I think Europe should first of all help itself with military power. Who really owned Kaliningrad? I think Germany, as far as I remember. Do you think Georgia could get full autonomy from Russia with protests? No, I think those protests are just useless. They will not change anything. It is already understandable. The nature of the protests in Georgia and what was in Ukraine in 2014 with Maidan revolution, it's different. Did you know Mark Rutte still has a score to settle with Putin? Rutte was prime minister, then Netherlands, then Russia shut down MH17 and tired to blame on Ukraine. George Nicol, I think that Rutte doesn't care about MH17 that much. All the politicians, they usually don't care about the ordinary people. If they cared, they would introduce like heavy sanctions on Russia, cut all the relations, Then they shut down the Russian plane, but they didn't do it by the time. So big people look at small people differently, not like us. So Rutte is not like a knight with white shells. Question for Dennis. Okay, do you have an overall optimistic, realistic pessimism of everything between view or in the between view of the world? In the between. Now it's getting more pessimistic. I mean, in general. Maybe I'm getting old. What do you think about the Russian election? This is just a circus, hoax, dictatorship. Putin wrote the number and that's it. Like Assad wrote the number of 95%, Putin wrote 87%. But it doesn't mean that Russians support Putin that much. If they support Putin that much, why wouldn't they defend Putin and Moscow against Prigozhin? Then he started his special military operation inside Russia. Sadly, he didn't finish it. So why didn't people, in Rostov-on-Don say, Prigozhin, what are you doing? I guess there was one guy, some sort of the Russian Z-patriot who screamed on Wagner soldiers. But other than that, they were welcomed. People took photos with Wagner soldiers in Rostov, which was occupied literally. Putin ran away from Moscow. And no one stopped Prigozhin. No one. He was stopped by himself. It was his big mistake. Absolutely biggest. So people do not support Putin in Russia, like from that perspective. They even support Prigozhin more, I guess. Yeah, Prigozhin is bastard as well, but his actions could have caused the collapse of Russia. I was so cheerful by the time. Oh, wow, he's going to Moscow. I recorded many of the videos about it, but yeah, I was kind of surprised that he stopped, because it seemed like all of the bridges were cut and there is only one way possible, but no. And he got his reward, right? Rocket right into the ass. Or bomb. Why do you think negatively about Zelenskyy? Because I was in Ukraine, then the person was elected as a president. There was a great hope by Ukrainian people that something might change in Ukraine. But in a while, people understood that he just replaced the old team with his own team. And there were no changes, no reforms, nothing. Like corruption stayed or even rose. It happened before the war, like people were disappointed. His rating went down dramatically. So he is not competent. And right after the war, his rating rose up to the skies because he didn't run away from Kyiv. But most of the people didn't run. He also said, like before the war, that like our Western allies warned Ukraine, you'll have the war. Take care, be ready, like all the media sources, Western officials told. And Zelenskyy with his team told us, to Ukrainians, this is all bullshit. Everything will be fine. Zelenskyy even came out with to Ukrainians on TV, said, you will eat barbecue in May, don't worry, this is just a hoax. So they didn't warn us Ukrainians that there will be war. Like they say that what was provided, all the intelligence information, all the information in media, all of that is just a hoax. Like, oh, no, it's not real. Russia will not start a war in Ukraine. No. Don't believe them. Trust us. We are your government. And what happened? Yeah, you already know what happened. People believed them mostly, and they didn't run. And then Russians came, they occupied them. And for example, in Bucha, Russians did their war crimes, you understand? So if Zelenskyy said, okay, we have the warning, like, be prepared, okay, we're going to concentrate on defense, blah, blah, blah. Also, right before the war, somehow some of the Ukrainian soldiers were sent out from Kyiv to the east. So there was no protection of Kyiv. There was someone demined the ways for the Russian army from Crimea, who the Zelenskyy friend in SBU, the head of SBU, Bakanov, was involved, as some say in this case. Bakanov was hiding, and then the war had started. Mariupol was left by Ukrainian officials. Only Azov regiment stayed there with no direct support or military command. The mayor of Mariupol also called, like, before the war to dismantle all of the barricades, but Azov soldiers didn't do that. So, yeah, Zelenskyy wasn't prepared for the war. He was building the roads for the Russian tanks to run fast from Crimea, right? Using good roads. He wasn't building the trenches. And all of his team and his policy, it's very, very, very incompetent. I would tell you, if there was no Zelenskyy, Kyiv would be taken, 100%. Yeah, there were questions to Zelenskyy as well, especially with Ukrainian counteroffensive the last year, which mainly failed. So after all, it was supported by Zelenskyy. But that general saved Kyiv. Without him, no. Because Ukrainian political command is just stupid. Have the glass, I forgot. And now we see how Ukrainian government is still incompetent, how in the middle of the war there are some of the corruption scandals. The army Like Zaluzhny was dismissed with more loyal commander Syrsky, who is fucking Soviet commander. So, yeah. That's why I don't like him. I don't blame Zelenskyy for traitors in the south. So who do you blame? Like, if there is the traitor, okay, show it to us. Show the person who is responsible. Why Bakanov ran away? Because he is also responsible for leak of the intelligence information. They effectively have an overhauled cynical view of the sides of the war, Ukraine or not, like leaders, military soldiers. I didn't understand the question. Cynical view on sides. No, I don't. I'm supporting Ukraine, our warriors. I hate Russia. I hate Russian regime. I hate Russian military. Their pilots, their everything, military, because what they've done to us. Dennis has been watching the war from the very beginning. He is like the American who has his own opinion. Yeah, why not? Like, I'm not forced to love Zelenskyy. I don't think that he represents Ukrainian society now. I think that overall, like with the previous president, like I'm not the fan of the previous president as well. I'm not the fan of any sort of the Ukrainian presidents. They're all bastards. But with this one, we just missed the very end, the very beginning of the war. Like, it was a big mistake. And now I see that mistakes are also happening, and no one is doing anything. The policy is total bullshit for the military. No reforms, nothing. And unfortunately, it costs the lives of the Ukrainian soldiers. So I didn't like this stuff. I'm saying about it openly. Like, I know that some of the pro-Ukrainian YouTubers, they just don't know. Maybe they didn't live in Ukraine or something. Maybe they don't speak with the Ukrainians. But I speak, and I was living in Ukraine. I saw how it happened. I cannot find the cuts for his speech, but maybe I'll do it. It's in Ukrainian, so yeah, I will not show it. So there is the cut of Zelenskyy's speech before the war, like how he tells that everything what West says is lies, that the war will not start, blah blah blah. I'm not saying that you should love him. I've never loved a politician. Yeah, I do. Like for Zelenskyy, I don't hate him, but I don't like him. Dennis, did you hear about the new commander of Ukraine ground force? Yeah, he's nice. That one was the good move, but still he needs some time to get to handle everything. Like, there's the mess with the Ukrainian defense, and luckily Drapati was appointed for this position. I hope that Syrsky will not interfere into his job. I have big hopes for Drapati. Hopefully he'll have the freedom on his position to command the forces. It's one of those rare cases where I say, oh, finally. Then he talked so long ago to peace. Yeah, me too. Probably need to go. If Assad lost Syria in 10 days, just imagine what would happen to Russia. Yeah. I'm just waiting. Everyone waits, I guess. But this process, as I've told you, is imminent. Like Russia would collapse. With this regime, it will collapse. Do you think that your views on Zelenskyy are colored in any way because of servant of the people? Yeah, I think that's serious. Like there was a series why people elected Zelenskyy actually with 73%. It's quite a lot advantage over the previous president, because the previous president, Poroshenko, he didn't follow his promises. First of all, he promised to finish the war, which is not possible with Putin, but he promised it in a matter of hours, by the way, as Donald Trump. Also, there was the big corruption scandals under Poroshenko, especially with his relatives and friends, also including the army budget. So, and this big scandal arose just before the election campaign. Also, in general, people didn't like Poroshenko that much as Zelenskyy. Zelenskyy is like, he has charisma. He is theater player, this comedy player. He knows how to play the role. His election campaign was organized almost perfectly. And especially in stadium, then there were debates on stadium with Poroshenko and Zelenskyy. There were tons of people. And it was destruction of Poroshenko on debates, and people saw all of that. It was filmed, it was shown. And this series of The Servant of People, in which Zelenskyy played a role as an actor of the real Ukrainian president, that influenced lots of the people of Ukraine. They thought they were voting for Goloborodska, actually, the person. But in fact, the expectations didn't match what happened in that serial. And Zelenskyy, again, he also promised that he will end the war very, very soon. You just need to stop fighting, stop shooting, as he said. But he met with Putin also. But Putin said to him, give up. He said, no. And that's it. So after a few years, Zelenskyy understood that there are no talks possible with Putin, and he understands that now. So from one side, I don't like Zelenskyy's actions, but sometimes he tells quite good things about Putin. Like it's impossible, like it's understandable that it's not possible to negotiate with that guy. He's just psycho. So, yeah. But he did many mistakes, that's why I didn't like him. Good morning, Dennis. I wish you and your family Merry Christmas. Just a few days left, and Happy New Year 2025. Greetings from Germany. Guten Morgen. Greetings to Germany. Depik, thank you so much for your support of the channel. Astor Grumman, thank you so much for your kind support. Thank you. So yeah, actually Zelenskyy, I think, was the project of the Ukrainian oligarchs who invested in his project. And so he supposed to present the interests of Kolomoisky and other group, but after all, it seems like those oligarchs start to lose the influence after the war had started, and Zelenskyy was okay with Kolomoisky being prosecuted, and now Kolomoisky is arrested. He lives in a comfortable environment, comfortable room there in the prison, but still he is detained. And as well as, by the way, Zelenskyy ex-friends, some of them were detained. So, yeah. Now I cannot state that it's the project of oligarchs any longer. But from the beginning, 100% it was. Yes, thank you for your doing. Great job with your channel. Thank you. Dennis, what would you be your ideal president of servant of people? I don't know. Just a normal president. Like, it's very hard to find an even normal person among all of the politicians. I don't know. In Ukraine, it's hard because the system itself is not working great. And sadly, we hadn't had any good presidents from the very beginning. I think the worst president in Ukraine is Kravchuk, who actually sold out or exchanged the Ukrainian nuclear weaponry for a piece of paper, which is called Budapest Memorandum. So with that step, it was the end of the Ukrainian security. As what do you think about forced mobilization? I keep seeing people on X. Yeah, Alexander, it's the big problem. I cannot tell even that Ukraine is a democratic country because of that. Not only that, but it's not possible in democratic country. I mean, the forced mobilization. People, because of the many reasons, people lost the motivation to go to the army. But forcibly mobilizing them is not the way out. Like, they forcibly mobilize people to armed forces, but later on people are just leaving their military bases and hide. So, or they don't have motivation to fight, they retreat, they panic, they sometimes even shoot their fellows there. Yeah, there were the cases. So you cannot forcibly actually mobilize army and demand from the army to be good on the front lines. No, it's not possible. You need to create the environment for people to go to the army. Like Russia does it with huge amount of money. Like they pay tremendous amount of money for Russian people. Ukraine doesn't have that feature. Ukraine has more problems for Ukrainian army. First of all, the biggest problem, we put aside the incompetent, sometimes Ukrainian command. You don't have the time limit. Like, you go to Ukrainian army, and the only way for you to leave it is being wounded, severely wounded, or die. 2 ways. You don't have the end term of service. Even during the Second World War for American army, it was the end. Like, there was the point system. You should obtain some of the points, and later on you are free to move back. Like, if you're deployed many times into combat missions, if you do something good, like, I don't know, some heroic action, you survived, you obtain more points, and so on, so on. It also depends on your family, how many sisters, brothers you had, blah, blah, blah. So if you collect enough points, you go back to United States and live your normal life. In Ukraine, if you go to army, it's one-way ticket. Wounded or die. Not good motivation, especially if you understand that it will be hard for your family to obtain the help from the government, because government is fucked. And it will be, if you're wounded, it will be hard to obtain enough support, financial support, to restore your health, to cure yourself in medical facilities. No, our soldiers, in most of the cases, they're just abandoned by the government. No, not enough motivation. So people in Ukraine, they are not stupid. They are looking at everything. So what is happening? Like, what's the attitude for its own soldiers? By the time then sons of Ukrainian officials or officials themselves, politicians, they live in Monaco. Ukrainians even call it Monaco Battalion. Like, why Monaco? Because you don't have to pay taxes there. And Ukrainian elite usually goes there. But they call ordinary guys to fight. Go and die. Our guys don't like that. So, yeah, that's why the only way for Ukrainian government is to forcibly mobilize Ukrainian men. And there were absolutely crazy cases, like I saw recently, like one day ago, the video, then a father was with a child's carriage just walking on the street. He was beaten by TCK, the Ukrainian conscription military. They beat him, they detained him, and the child was left on the street in that carriage. What the fuck? Or yesterday there was the case, it is available on the internet, like they stopped the guy in the car and the guy blocked the doors of the car and didn't want to open the door for TCK, this conscription service. What they did, they put some sort of the gas inside the car and tried to burn it from inside. Like, how can you burn your own people in the cars? It's fucked. So, but I don't have words actually. Yeah, we all say, like, oh, Ukraine, hello, blah, 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 everything is winning, blah, blah, blah. People are willing to fight. Yes, there is some, there are motivated soldiers, but all of those volunteered to Ukrainian army already, well before they continue to fight, or they died already, or they wounded. But there are no more volunteers because of the features I've told you. You might not like it, but oh, thank you. Thanks, guys, for support. Thank you. Astro Gremlin, thank you. My second super chat, Jake Bro demanded joining this channel. Then I began joining this channel. Now I know about super chatting. I'm gonna lose my mind and start super chatting like, no. Take care about your funds. I don't need your super chats, really. But thanks for your generosity and your kind support. Thank you. But take care about your money. You need those for your family. For me, it's obviously, yeah, it's fantastic to have your support. But guys, take care about you at first. So guys, you may call me blah 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 blah, hater, blah blah blah, but I can prove what I say with many of the videos. I just don't show them on YouTube on my channel. And people, like, you can open any kind of the social media, any sort of the social media, and there will be real people, not the bots, commenting about the case. Everyone hates TCK. I think after the war they will be beaten hard by the military itself. Almost burned myself with a hot fire poker. Respect. I believe in many. Like in Russia, without the money Putin pays for his soldiers, it would be also impossible to conscript people. So they would came out with same solution as in Ukraine, forcibly mobilize people, and they will do it. The money is not forever. Like if Putin wants to continue, he cannot pay those crazy funds for his soldiers forever. No, there will be the moment of the forced mobilization. And it will be the same as in Ukraine. Borders closed. For now it's different, but it will be the same if Putin wants to continue. During war in Croatia, we also have Munich battalion. Oh, I see. Yeah, and you know, in Europe there are lots of the Albanians, like in many of the European countries. There are lots of the Albanians, Serbs, and other countries, I think Macedonians. So people who immigrated from Balkans, then there was the war. Mandatory conscription for all bearer, not excluding the top cream. Yeah. The problem here also that if you're rich, if you have money, if you have influence, you'll not be conscripted. Like I personally know the guy who was forcibly mobilized, but later on, he is not the ordinary guy, let's say, but later on, after some calls, he was released. So it works like that in Ukraine. Have always donated to feel good and to be able to look myself in the mirror. It's all about me. I'm selfish. Yes. Okay, thank you. Yeah, also, I actually also donate some funds for YouTubers alike in Super Chat. Rich people don't fight wars for any country. No, like in Israel. In Israel, it's a different story, absolutely. Like in the United States, okay, but there is no like mandatory conscription any longer after the Vietnam War. So if you want, you go to army. Like it's volunteer army, contract army. But in Israel, like people were coming from all around the world to fight, and no one closed the borders, so government trusted its own people. And there were even life losses of there was the son of one of the main officials of Israel who lost his life in the war. So it's different. It's not always the same. No. Please keep up with the great work, Dennis. Yeah, thank you. Hey Dennis, love your videos. Quick question. What do your soldiers think about military help? The donated prehistoric 28 T-55 tanks. Cheers from Slovenia. Yeah, first of all, those tanks appeared in Magura Brigade, the same name of the 47th Brigade, but later on they changed for, I think, Abrams or Leopard, I'm not sure. But first those tanks appeared there, and I don't know their destiny. I rarely see them on drone videos. I don't remember the last time I saw them. Probably in the operation of that brigade. Ukraine had losses of those tanks. I saw the video on the Russian channel, I think 2 years or 1.5 years ago, of the destroyed T-55 tanks with extra armor. Not sure to which brigade it belonged, but yeah, I don't see them much now. I think also Russia has those, but not the modifications Slovenia sent to Ukraine. Are you not tired of 5 hours? I thought we are 3 hours. I don't look at the time. Oh shit. Yeah. I was in a mood. Did you see Valery Marcos' latest video series regarding the 47th Brigade? Yeah, some of them. I didn't watch all of the series, like I watched the first one and the last one. Not in the middle for now, but it shows that even in those kind of the brigades, capable, I would say elite, there are still huge problems. Not even saying about other brigades, usual brigades. Yeah, I was sad watching that video, but it's truth. Like Marcus told truth about everything. Like there is also some like sniper, so no, officer plus the commander of IDAR battalion also say that he has some of the questions to Marcus, but he mainly supports what he says. How is public morale in Ukraine? Much lower than in 2022. When do you think Belarus will collapse? Belarus will not collapse. It will stay as a country. Russia will collapse. Belarus will just change the government in the future. I started watching Dennis, then Flight Simulator, Addict Starsky introduced you. Nice. Ozzy, thank you. Yeah, Starsky is awesome. He flies also flight simulators. Gives the best down to Earth's perspective on his unprovoked war, yeah. But you know, guys, I want you to understand that I'm not like anti spreading some Russian propaganda. No, I'm saying the things as they are. So literally, I hate our enemy. That's it. And I don't like what is happening also from internal perspective, from Ukrainian government and officials, and all of this military structure. Like it should be reformed. It's not just me saying that stuff. If you check out Ukrainian channels like Sternenko, you may type watch with subtitles. He says the same. And people in Ukraine understand that. Like they're not stupid. We understand that the system should be reformed. There is call for changes, immediate changes. Especially now, then there is the question about the future military support. So Ukraine will have to mostly rely on its own forces, power, production, whatever. History legends sound more like Putin puppet. Yeah, I think I saw the channel. Yes, you are telling the truth. Yeah, I try to tell the truth, like especially on the front lines and everything. Yeah, this channel is still biased. Like I don't like to tell about some other stuff, like total negativity. I try to avoid it still, but I have to tell about many of the things. But if Israeli have much an enemy like Ukraine has, nobody of them would fight. I don't agree with that. Israel was fighting against the Arab coalition from the very beginning. Then they were very small and they managed to fight. And they now fight. They like elite doesn't afraid to go to fight in Israel, like in Ukraine. Dennis, do you know Konstantin from inside Russia? No. Just tolerated another YouTube ad to send pennies to. You can skip those. still it counts as watched ad. He was named after the soldier guy you always talked to. Have you, since 2022, effectively helped with donating military equipment to the Ukrainian military? Like how Jake Bro of NATO has done? No. Officially, no. But people, I help, let's say. I help. What, to whom, how, what funds I use, I will not tell you. But officially, I don't help to Ukrainian military. I help someone, let's say. But I cannot tell you whom because of the rules. After the war, we're gonna speak about it with people whom I help. I don't watch Russians on YouTube. I leave that to creators like Dennis. Huh? I watch Russian propaganda sometimes and Russian Z military bloggers just to obtain, the view from their side as well. Also, they have some of the drone images which Ukrainian side doesn't share, just to understand. Like, for example, 2 days ago I shared the videos from the Russian channels about the Ukrainian Bradleys. There was no information on Ukrainian channels about that at first, so I check out on the Russian ones, and later Ukrainian channels confirmed, okay, yeah, we lost Bradleys. Greetings to Malaysia, Selamat Pagi. But Israeli have such enemy like Ukraine. I think I already answered the question. Does everyone in Ukraine have heating? No. Like now, no, because of the war. Also, some of the heating systems in more houses, they electrically supply, like electrical systems. There is no any tubes with water heated by gas. No, so there's the big problem there as well. Generators for heat, yeah, generators could be used, but those are not enough for everyone. Dennis is not in France. I will be there this spring. 2025 spring. I'll go there. Dennis has the strength of knowing the Russian language. It's my mother language. It's my original language. Это мой настоящий язык. Да, я говорю по-русски. Але можу українською. So, Ukrainian, Russian is my original, but I can speak Ukrainian almost fluently. Have you watched 20 Days in Mariupol? Was very touching. No, I haven't watched that. This is like a Ghost of Kiev didn't exist. Like it's the common myth of someone, but it's like collective meaning of the Ukrainian armed forces, of the Ukrainian Air Force, sorry. Ghost of Kiev. Insane people don't know they're that way, but hate has a major factor. How come you know Selamat Pagi, Dennis? And how you knew it? I was morning too so fast. Yeah, it's morning time now in Malaysia. I think you have 840 or 740. I think 840 for you. Selamat pagi is the same as Bahasa. I know some Bahasa, like elementary stuff. It's Indonesian language, official. And Malaysian is the same, I think. Similar, at least. I think, yeah. Everyone understands what I commented right now. Any word on Chechnya rising up against Russia? It could be. But Kadyrov will never be, at first I thought, okay, Kadyrov could be the second Prigozhin, but no. Prigozhin had the support in Russia because he was Russian. But Kadyrov doesn't have that support among Russians outside Chechnya, outside Caucasus. No, people wouldn't support Kadyrov on his march to Moscow. Maybe that's why Putin's still okay with him. But Kadyrov may start some of the riots in Chechnya. Not riots, but say, okay, we're now alone. And he invests lots into the local military. Do you know what is the difference between will to fight and morale? No, tell me. Do you know that they're investigating the missing plane from Indonesian company? What kind of the missing plane? In Indonesian company. George, yeah, thank you. I don't know why my last video was freaking demonetized. It's kind of sad, and you waste like half a day for the video and it's been demonetized. Like it's because it's my full-time job. Limited ads. This video is being reviewed to determine. They're still reviewing it. I applied for the manual review, but I don't know. It's still being reviewed. But it doesn't perform well. As for the likes, it's good actually. Many of the likes on the last video. Nice. Missing plane was Malaysian, yeah. MH17. Boom. Why Winnipeg? I like hockey, and I like this symbol, the airplane. Everyone's, I don't know. I like the team. I want to, and the reason for me wearing a hat is because on the video, like I start to lose hair. I don't know why, but I start to lose it a lot. And sometimes in a video, if I like do this, some people might say that I start to lose hair. So I decided to wear the cap. I don't know what happened, but I start to lose the hair very, very fast. Maybe I need to go to Turkey for the transplant. But I think maybe it's too early now. I should wait for more hair to drop, Maybe maybe in a year or something I will go there for the transplant. To understand the area which I should cover, because now maybe it's too early. I will cover it, but later on I'll need to have one more transplant, so I'll think about it. So now it's the main reason for me wearing the hat, actually. Not even because, I like the team, but yeah, you know the reason now. Stress causes hair loss, probably. Hot showers, caps, and stress. Oh yeah, I like hot showers also. It's called getting old, my friend. Yeah, getting old. Then, so what is your point of view in Russian gas being transported through pipeline in Ukraine? It's bad. Like, it shouldn't be supplied to Europe. And the Ukraine say that from the new year it stops all the supplies, and Fico already screaming, no, Zelenskyy is bad. We need Russian gas. It was funny. It's funny to see reaction of him and Orban. They say wearing hats make you lose hair, Dennis. Wow. So I should remove it, maybe. Starting to get gray fast. Me too, especially on the beard. Bald may try harder. Yeah, like I would like maybe to stay bald, to become bald, or shave the head if there will be like no hair left on the top. But my head has unnatural shape, so in the back it's like deformed a little. I don't know why, but I have it. It's the head, so it looks ugly, absolutely. So I need to have at least some hair to cover my strange shape of the head, because it's not round at all. It's even hard for me to get the proper helmet for a motorcycle, because the head is like it's like very flat from one side here. And also I have some of the scars on the head. So maybe bald is not my variant. Do you think that Russian elite are happy with how things are going? Or do you think they'll have similar situation like coup against Gorbachev? Hard to say. There is different Russian elite. FSB elite, Russian businessman which works with Putin. Different. And there is no solid elite in Russia, but now FSB took control over the main part, and the rest have to obey. They don't have the other choice, unfortunately. Have you ever been to Canada? Not yet. Having a deformed head will be a new yeah. Native Americans, Indians never go bald. Oh, interesting. I heard a theory that Native Americans were immigrated to North America from Eurasia. So like Russian Chukchas, or so-called Russian Chukchas, are the relatives to Indians in North America. That's the theory. They think that this war divide Ukrainian society. No, Language, Orthodox religion. No, Alexander, no. This war actually united the Ukrainian society. Even now, during this hard time, okay, with this stupid government, Ukrainians united. Well united. And those Ukrainians who were like supporting Russia in a way, who used to live in the eastern regions and south, they also now pro-Ukrainian because, or they just stopped support Russia because Russia bombed their homes. So yeah, just a part of this society is supporting Russia. Like in every country, there is some crazy stuff. Like people support your direct enemies. Like in America as well. Like Russia is potentially your enemy. Like it's your competitor. Yeah. And they threaten the United States in their exclamations, like Putin directly threatens West all the time. And still there is some part of the Western society that supports Russia. It's crazy. Well, that is not Zelenskyy. I don't know much about Zelenskyy, but he seems very cool actually. Is Zelenskyy? Ukrainian, yeah, we have like the Orthodox Church. Russia always speaks about its the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow's Patriarchy, but there is also separate Ukrainian Orthodox Church. So then Tucker Carlson or someone says that Ukraine is against Christianity because they're bullying Orthodox Church. No. Ukraine is fighting against the Russian influence in the church because people are just getting brainwashed with pro-Putin's propaganda in the Orthodox Church of the Moscow's Patriarchy. Not the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. It's different. Russia says that Ukrainian church is illegal, but they usually say that nonsense. So actually Ukraine is mostly Orthodox country. It will stay like that. Do you know Zolkin and Karpenko? What is your opinion on them? I didn't dig down to their, like they're following this government policy. Mainly, I watched a couple of the videos. They also have the YouTube channel. Like the interviews with with the Russian POV is sometimes quite entertaining, but no, it's hard to judge for me. I need to watch more of their content. But from what I understood, they follow the official news propaganda. That's it. See what I did? Love you then. Thank you, Ozzy. Zelenskyy is a politician open to criticism in a democracy. More about internal issue, but Zelenskyy doesn't like criticism. No. He doesn't like. I know it because many of the bloggers who criticize Zelenskyy, they had some troubles. Yeah, I want to fly again, maybe one day. Like, I'm still flying, but like there are pluses and minuses. Now I have to work a lot, and I understand that my job is here on YouTube could be temporary, so maybe I'll stick to my profession and after all. But I remember the times that I spent days and days outside from the family. Then you're very dependent on your management in the airline. then you don't have the time to spend vacation anywhere, especially during the summertime, because it's the hot season for any sort of the traveling, and you work, you fly the airplane, you don't have the time for yourself. So being a YouTuber, actually, in a way, you have more freedom. You're still dependent on your audience, you're still dependent on the platform and its crazy restrictions, but it's still much better than to be dependent on some person. Like, after all, it's the human relations, and you may like fly with someone, with some instructor, and if instructor doesn't like you, he may do something to stop your career growth, for example. It wasn't with me, but it could be. So here it's just you, and what you do, it's all depend on mainly on you. You don't have managers, you don't have anyone. Freedom, but at the same time you take responsibility. So being a YouTuber in a way gives you freedom, more than you'll have flying the airline as a pilot. Maybe Zelenskyy needs more help. I don't know. As what event started the war in Donbass? Which side started the aggression, and what was the reason? Experiment 3617. Well, then Crimea was occupied. Russia tried the same scenario in Donetsk, Luhansk, Odessa. There were some of the people who were against the Maidan in Ukraine. They supported Yanukovych whatsoever. And Russia sent, at first they wanted to apply the soft power to fuel those protests and call people to build barricades and so on. And later on they realized that their funds are not helping to boost those protests. And I understand that there could be some of the people who really didn't like the new power by the time, the new Ukrainian government, and that their leader Yanukovych just ran away from Ukraine. Mentally, Ukraine by the time was quite divided. So there were a bunch of people who went on the streets and they protested. They didn't want that power to appear. Especially then in Kharkiv, some of the pro-Russian forces also start to say that they will not follow the new legislation, so they created some sort of the union. So people were inspired, they understood that they have political movement that supports them. But mainly it was also supported by Russia. But Russia needed not just protests, like people were protesting, but it was not the armed conflict. With just those kind of the peace protests, Donbass wouldn't be able to disassemble from Ukraine to be converted into separatist state. So that's why Russia called Strelkov, who is the Russian citizen who lives in Moscow. They put this guy in charge of the Donetsk People's Republic Defense Ministry. He was officially a defense minister of Donetsk Republic, and they went to take Donetsk airport by force. I was flying by the time to Donetsk, I was flying to Donetsk, I think 4 days before it was attacked by Russians. So all our guys, Ukrainians who were deployed into the airport, they didn't go even to the city. But because of the riots, Ukrainian command deployed some of the not the Marines, but Ukrainian paratroopers to Donetsk airport. The paratroopers came from, I think, Zhytomyr. So they were staying in the airport, and the Russians, I'm saying Russians because Strelkov was a Russian citizen and is Russian citizen who lived in Moscow by the time. He was deployed there. he took those people who were crazy enough to take the guns against their own people, and they went to attack Donetsk airport. The first clashes happened there. Russian and pro-Russian forces went there with the trucks. They were absolutely eliminated, annihilated, and that sparked more riots actually in Donbass. Like, some people were killed, they were relatives of someone, and people said, "Oh, Ukraine is killing us." And there were many of the separatists who joined these Russian-led forces. Russian because Strelkov, Borodai, also one more commander, they were all Russian citizens who were in charge of those separatists. So there was the massive fight sparked with Lugansk airport was attacked and taken. There were fights in Donetsk. But after a few months of fights, Ukraine started to, Ukraine mobilized its army. I think by the time there were already elections done in Ukraine, and the president mobilized resources and started a massive counterattack, repelling the separatists, and basically they start to give up. Those separatists ceased their resistance, and there was some point then Russia appeared their regular army undercover, those are not us, Russians say, but they appeared their regular army, and they repelled the Ukrainian army there was the trap for Ukrainians in Ilovaisk. And the Ukrainian army, after all, was forced to leave Donetsk airport after a long time defense of it. Konstantinivka also. But yeah, at first the Ukrainian army was successful. Actually, Slaviansk was taken by Strelkov Girkin. It was their main base, and Strelkov was forced to leave Slaviansk. So yeah, it's like that, and they decided to sign the Minsk agreements. And for the Minsk agreements, Putin thought, okay, we're gonna put Donetsk Oblast and Luhansk into Ukraine, and we're gonna establish our own control over Ukraine with the help of those republics, because there should be the members of parliament, from representatives from those republics, and little by little we're gonna provide our pro-Russian influence. By the time there were also pro-Russian parties in Ukraine, ОПЗЖ, Оппозиционная платформа за життя, so opposition party. Basically, it was pro-Russian. It was led by also Medvedchuk, who is almost a relative to Putin, And yeah, then there was a Minsk agreement. Ukraine didn't want to fully implement it because it understood that Putin wants to establish its own puppet government in Ukraine. And yeah, then Putin actually supported Zelenskyy in elections, not directly, but through the pro-Russian party. Everything of the Russian rhetorics was against Poroshenko. So Russian President Putin was almost sure that Zelenskyy will support his ruling over Ukraine. So Putin thought that he will introduce his puppet government with the help of Zelenskyy. But later on it didn't work. And Zelenskyy became even more harder opponent for Putin than Poroshenko, actually, in implementing of the Minsk agreements, again, if I speak about those. But Zelenskyy didn't believe that Putin may attack Ukraine, so Putin, after all, ceased himself Minsk agreements and decided to start a full-scale war. And if you open the map, I want to go to the map. If we go to the map, you'll see this. I hope you can see it. Can you? Yeah, you can. Just a moment. So here you can see with this pink is the previous borders of the self-proclaimed republics, and Russians couldn't break Ukrainian defense near New York for a very long time, in Avdiivka. So all across these front lines for Russia, it was really hard to break and to go, to advance. So what the Russians, that happened because Ukraine, under the previous government, by the way, built significant defense lines in this area. Significant, that were able to stop Russian offensive, huge Russian offensive. And it was the big problem for Russia. But here, you see, they've occupied the vast territories. Why? Because someone demined the ways out from Crimea. Russians took this area with no fight, all except Mariupol, because it was the base for Azov regiment. Guys fought there bravely, but the rest, like Russians, went to Kherson even without fights. So it was the clear betrayal by Ukrainian officials, Ukrainian government, and I think that Zelenskyy also bears a responsibility for that, because he is the main commander, the main president of, the president of Ukraine, and his close friend Bakanov was the head of the SBU, the internal intelligence service. So it was their mistake, 100%, not just there, but there as well. And the Russians took in a few days this entire area. They closed this gap, well, except of Mariupol. By the time it was a long defense, but they've took this Azov Sea. It's now the internal sea of Russia. And with the last year's offensive, it was one more big mistake by Ukraine. Yeah, we all were cheerful with this counteroffensive, that Ukraine is going into counteroffensive. I also did this mistake, saying, hooray, yeah, Ukraine, go, because I was blinded by this success in Kharkiv region and Kherson, that I was sure that Ukraine would go to Tokmak, yes, Melitopol. But after all, this attack failed, because Russia built defense. So yeah, it was very easy for Ukraine to lose those territories, but Ukraine already wasted lots of the lives in those counterattacks or whatever to trying to get it back. And also we know the useless operation of Krinky. So yeah, what you can lose in a few days, you have to, take back. And I don't think that it's possible actually to take those areas back in a military way. So yeah, that's the story. Was it interesting? I don't know. Dennis Davydov, will to fight means a soldier willingness to fight, to continue fighting, and to effectively win the war, and the country took further of my plan to okay. Right, guys, I think it's been a while for me on the stream. Thanks for your awesome support. We have the stable count of around roughly 500 people watching me. It's quite okay. Thanks for you. Especially we don't have the main topic on the stream. I messed up at the very beginning reviewing the different Putin's interview, but yeah, it was fun. Thanks for your comments. I hope that you like all of the stuff. It's nice to interact with you. Yeah, good evening, good morning, good day to you, and cheers. Yeah, bye-bye. Wish you all a peaceful sky wherever you are, by the way.